I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man!
And now, your mama knows.
29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What are you, fucking nuts? You thought...
Subscribe to the most epic channel on YouTube for live streams every week. Daily videos. Subscribe. Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon.
And now, your mama knows.
Welcome to Anthony L. Lewis Entertainment, where everything is in real life, no characters, no filters, just Anthony L. Lewis. What to expect is me meeting people, going to different places, and checking out a bunch of different things, be it movies, restaurants, or anything else. Oh, and one of my favorite hobbies are video games, so I guess we'll be doing some of that too. Well, I'll see you all in the next video, and I hope you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and share this to some more people so they can get in on this Anthony L. Lewis Entertainment.
And now, your mama knows.
What's going on, guys? I'm back in the building with another epic Tuesday, guys. We got a show for you today because it's the world we live in and it's so much going on. We got this Diddy trials going crazy. We got Marathon is might be dead. We got is PlayStation the king of gaming. Last of Us season 2 episode 6 just went on. Guys, it's much more that I'm looking forward to getting into. So, with that being said, I'll come to you guys live in the Cowboy Epic studio, and we're gonna get into this show. So I hope you guys are ready because dare I say it's gonna be epic. So if you guys are new to the channel, I put out random videos whenever. I used to do vlogs every single day. Now I just kind of put them out here and there. If you remember, I got so many vlogs that I made and other videos that you guys can see ahead of anybody else, and they'll eventually be out for everybody else. Also, I've been doing a new series called Cowboy Monday, where pretty much just I kind of talk about one specific thing, and it's pretty much no editing or anything. I love editing, but it's been pretty cool just doing these videos like this. Gotta give a shout out to Dr. 1985. Kind of took the approach from him where he just pretty much sit down, cut a video, and leave it out in the world. So that's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of support on those videos, so make sure you check them out if you can. Tuesday, man, this is the show. Keeping it real with the Cowboys. So definitely, check out this show. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Anybody can join. The link is in the chat right now. Anybody can click on it, get pulled into the show, and you can be a part of the show as well. This is the most interactive thing you're gonna see. So if you ever want to be a part of anything, this is it. Bar none. You can't find any other place where a content creator would just let anybody jump on their show and we gonna dice it up. Also, if you just sit in the comments, we're gonna dice it up. And then if you're a wrestling fan on Wednesdays, every Wednesday they're doing this for over 2 years called We Wrestle Wednesdays, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. So that'll be tomorrow, and then sometimes I randomly stream. So with that being said, now that you know the channel, today we're just gonna talk about whatever. So here's how it goes. We have a lot of stuff planned, but you guys could always inject, right? You could say, hey, let's talk about this, and we'll pull up the article and go over it, right? We'll talk about this about anything. Just remember, I am the judge, jury, and executioner. So you guys come up with any crazy stuff, nonsense. If somebody join the show and you're doing something crazy or whatever, I'm gonna blow you off. We're gonna keep it moving. No big deal. So with that being said, I'll grab a chair. I hope you guys grab a chair. Let's get the show started. All right. Let me push this down. I don't like my hat being in the way. Since I moved here, I got everything on wheels. Now, I personally don't like... Sorry, guys. Alright. I personally don't like having a microphone shoved in my face, but a lot of people are saying that, yo, you're too low, we can't hear you. So, I took the liberty to have my microphone a little bit closer. And so now, hopefully you guys can hear me great. If you, let me know what the volume is like. Let me know if, if you guys can hear me good or not. This should be good. If not, I don't know what to say. I'm pretty loud anyway. But so let's go into the comments, see what you guys are up to, and then we get started. Alright, so let me have 7 question mark. That's because I had the show started and I didn't hear on the intro just yet. I kinda just was having to sit in there. Alright, Steph said getting started, I see. And then he said, I will be lurking, but not responding for a bit. Take care, Anthony. Thank you, Steph. I appreciate it. Dodgeman is in the building. Cut out is bad. What does that mean? Let me see. Wait in the... what in the earth are you on at this time? What do you mean? I was talking about, right? Audio was bad. Oh, audio is bad. Well, recheck. Yeah, okay, I know what the problem is. I was trying to use what is it called? NVIDIA broadcast app. I thought that was going to make a difference, and apparently it's not making a difference. So let me try not to use it. The question is, how do I get my regular microphone back? So I see it says, I'm looking for my regular default. Okay, give me a moment. Let me just take it off. All right, let me go to audio, and let me just, what I got on is called Studio Voice.
And it's a beta, so Studio Voice being a beta, and yeah, I guess that means it sucked. So let's see if it got better now. It sucked. Okay, I still hear like a little bit of, here, let me just turn it off altogether. It sucked. Okay, I still hear like a little bit of, maybe it's, okay, so let me know if that's better now. Hey, listen, technology, man. I was just trying to do something, and but hopefully you guys heard what I was saying. So let me see. Dang, the cuts out in the mic. Audio needs fixing. Let me see. What up, man? Is lagging when you talk? Yeah. Let me see. Is this on purpose? LOL for the mic cut out. That's hilarious. Oh, this is the PC. See, this is the PC thing. Thank you. This is a PC thing. This is why PC drives me crazy, and this is why you won't catch me being a PC gamer. This is why. All I was trying to do was use something, and here we go. You know, Mike is brutal. Be back. All right, Rudigs in a bit. Audio issues. T-Pain Cowboy. LOL T-Pain. Yo, Dr. Spaceman. All right, guys, let me know if it's better now. I turned off. Yo, Dr. Spaceman. It sounds like it's better now. Yeah. PC is not designed for gaming. Well, I got a gaming PC. So, I mean, I got a 2060 RTX, but I don't use it for gaming. But, or if you mean PCs in general aren't made for gaming, I think people will probably come down on you for that. But anyways, sorry about the audio issues. I was again trying to. Here I go, just trying to use. Now this is crazy because it's the NVIDIA broadcasting app that I was using. So I just thought it did say it was experimental though. So I was trying to use the studio mode, which clearly didn't work. So anyway, but guys, we're gonna get into this week. We got a lot to get into. Man, I was telling my wife about the whole marathon thing. She was shocked. She was like, "Wait, that's really a thing?" I was like, "Yeah, it's crazy, right?" So I can't wait to talk to you guys about that. Oh, hold on, let me see, Dr. Spaceman. Wait, Ronan said, "You know what's funny? Without PCs, we would not have video games in general." Yeah, I definitely get that. But gaming PCs are a byproduct of PC tech. Okay, I got what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, not for nothing. I just never been a PC gamer. If we just want to get into it, I did want to bring that up. But I think the thing is, I've been in the consoles my whole life, and whenever PC was like gaming. It was like at the library. It was at, school. They let you, play Carmen Sandiego. And when Doom came out, or it looked, oh wow, look at Doom, look at not Quake, but Wolfenstein 3D, right? And it was like, oh, that was cool, right? But it just seemed like consoles did it better. And remember, don't get mad at me. Historically, consoles was always leading the video game charge. And the video games on PC was, like I said, Carmen Sandiego was the point and click games, and then they got better and better, and people start porting games from consoles over to PC. And so, I remember working at Electronics Boutique when we used to sell video games. Nobody was the computer games were like Myst and all those type of things, right? You wasn't like console gaming today. It was not like that. So what I want to do, since we're talking about it, I made a video, guys, check it out. And the video was pretty much responding to Doc Dark because recently he'd been saying, why he liked PC gaming and he want his kids to get into PC gaming. So I made a video responding, and then my guy Sev made a video, not a video, but he wrote to me. Now this is what I said. I said, you know, I just never been a gamer and had somebody come to me and say, it's this game for PC that you have to play. Like, it will blow your mind. I've never seen that, right? And then I also, because there's always two things I want, right? Either I see a trailer of a game and I say, I must play that, or a friend of mine say, bro, you have to play this game. And I mean, in my whole life, I don't think, you know, maybe there might be 10 times something like that happened with PC. So Sev took the liberty, and I'm gonna pull this up. He sent me some trailers, and he said, here's some trailers of games that you would see, and it pretty much will blow, you know, knock my socks off, and it'll be a game I want to play, right? So I didn't look at any of the trailers because I was like, you know what? I'm gonna look at these trailers. So I'm gonna pull up some PC trailers, and we're gonna look at these together, and let's see if this is like a game where I feel I can't live without. Like I gotta play this. So check it out. So honestly, I'm gonna say this now. I feel like the PC-ish games, why is it always survival, right? It's always like, oh, I gotta dig for wood, or chop down trees for wood and dig for stones, and I gotta build my houses. And so unfortunately, Seb, one thing I don't like, man, I don't like you know, crafting materials. I mean, I even was like, in The Last of Us, like, man, why you gotta have crafting, right? They didn't make it simple. But so already this doesn't look like my type of game. But let me finish the trailer. Let me not knock it yet. And I just gotta get to it. This is a guy who's called himself a PC gamer. Every conversation he starts off with, I'm a PC gamer. I'm a PC gamer. Hey guys over there, I'm a PC gamer. So look at this trailer. I'm gonna back up a little bit. This is what I'm saying with PC. Stuff usually like janky looking. Watch the person's feet when they walk into the door and how they look like it's just like, right? Listen, I'm just being honest because we're all talking. We're just bringing it out in the open. And it's like PC games just never are that polished. You know what I mean? It's always like some indie game that people go crazy over. Well, watch how they look when they walk into the cabin. Watch the feet. Here, I'll bring it all the way back. Wow. Now, I'm not saying this game isn't fun. I'm sure this might be some people's favorite game. I'm just saying that nothing I've seen here made me say I must play this game. And oh no, I don't own a PC. What will I do? Just saying. It reminds me of No Man's Sky. All right, so that was Icarus. So Sev, yeah, that definitely wasn't. I almost wonder were you joking. All right, so let me get to the chat. So I'm gonna play these other two as well, but let me get to the chat. Let me see. So. Ronan Storm said a lot of video games are invented on a PC, voice acting, PC artwork design. Yeah, obviously you need a PC, right, to do things. Like my job, I need a PC, right? They use car parts. Like, we get that. Let me see. Same, I've been on console too, but I am in 2017. But I am in 2017, and now 2025, I play on PC and consoles. No, yeah, and you also said in my video that you actually learned how to build PCs from watching YouTube videos, and I was like, that's wow.
But I commend you, right? But yeah, just imagine, right? Anyway, anyway. Let me see. The reason why Doc is on PC because Xbox failed him. No, that is true though. Doc is the stereotypical Xbox refugee, but I feel like Doc is still an Xbox. I feel like Doc is using a loophole. So I feel like Doc went to PC because Xbox was already had an Xbox Game Pass. So he was able to be like, I'm a PC guy, I'm done with Xbox, but still play all his Xbox games, right? I want to see somebody be like TK9, where he just like boycotted Xbox, like I'm done, and I cancel Game Pass, and I don't care no more. You know what I mean? Doc still, it's like Cubini. They still have a window into Xbox. They really didn't leave Xbox. Like, I would respect it more. If I was an Xbox fan, I would be like, I'm still an Xbox fan, because X gonna give it to you, he gonna give it to you. I would be like, I'm still an Xbox fan, but I upgraded to my hardware to PC, but I'm still an Xbox fan. You know, I would make it like that, you know? All right, let me see. Dr. said 100. Who the hell going to play those games? Not me. I've been on Doom: The Dark Ages and Expedition 33. Let me see. I just play Starfield instead of that. But this game did look like it was multiplayer, though. Saying Dodgeman, I would rather play Starfield over this. It is on PC as well. And then Maker Chaos in the building said this game looks whack. Hey, listen, man, that's what Sev showed me, you know? He said some games on PC look like that is weird. You better be joking. It is every game arc. I'm just saying, man. I've been using all three PCs, Cowboy. Really? One for working, one for streaming, and one for gaming. Oh, well, that's dope. It's kind of crazy, though. And now even build PCs for friends and families for a freelance job. How come you don't use one PC for everything? Same. I never left PlayStation or Xbox and Nintendo, but I'm more off Sony guy to heart. Now I hear you. All right, so look, let's look at the next game that Sev told me that's a PC game that will knock my socks off. All right, so let's take a look at this one. Now, you guys may have heard of some of these games. Obviously, I never heard of them, but so let's check it out. This one is Lost Ark.
The Lost Ark is now but a myth. A relic from the half-remembered Shane War. But now, our world has been torn once again. The demons have returned. With roaring destruction and waking nightmares.
I'm trying to figure out what's the gameplay, though. So is it where the guy was kind of... here, let me back up. Was this like the gameplay where the guy was kind of small on the screen? Okay, so we got to cut that out because of music. Okay, it might be like Diablo, I think. Yeah, kind of like Diablo a little bit. Okay, you got a bunch of little... Okay, you got all the little small characters on the screen, kind of like Diablo. This definitely is better. Is this the game? I remember there was one E3, and it was a game with a big dragon, and it was made by Amazon. This might be it. And I was like, oh, that game looked dope. And then I found out the type of game it was. This might be it. This was it. So that, listen, it looked cool, right? You got the big dragon in the background, but I don't want to be the guy, but I feel like it has that, like I was a big fan of Diablo at one point in time, Diablo Part 1, and I just never got back into it. But it has that, the little teeny characters, and listen, I love multiplayer, so that looks cool that it looks like it's multiplayer, but this wouldn't be the game you show me and make me be like, oh man, I gotta rush out and get a PC for this. And I think Seth probably remembered me saying, this might have been a game way back then that there was only like 2 games at the showcase that was like, oh, that game looked cool. This might have been it. I'm not sure. But the gameplay is what I need to see. I feel like they didn't want to show the gameplay that much, and the little they showed, I don't know. Oh, Wilson's in the building. Okay, let me see. Wilson's in the building. Ronan said, I thought this game died, Lost Ark. It is a MMORPG. Let me see. He said, hell, Ronan, I play it on Xbox, not PC. Ronan said, oh, I see Dodge, man. I got Starfield on Game Pass PC. This is an MMORPG. I like MMORPG games. Lost Ark, come on. I'd rather play Final Fantasy 14 or Final Fantasy 11. And then even come on, you could have told Cowboy, we also play games from PlayStation and Xbox, bro. And then, yes, sir, a big topics night. I think we got some decent topics. Nothing nothing shaking the foundation of the world, but some good stuff. All right, and this is the last one he wanted me to see, and I have heard of this game before. I know this is, some people say this is like one of the most ambitious games ever. So you guys are probably all gonna be like, oh yeah, I've heard of that. But I don't know what the gameplay is like, so that might be the issue. But this is Star Citizen. So this is a game that they've been making for like 15 years, and apparently you're supposed to be able to fly to any place in the solar system. I think no touchscreens. I think it's supposed to just be like legit the most freedom like ever. So I need some gameplay. Oh, you get it, dude. Are you ready? Let's go to the flying. You can play, you can run. So this is kind of like Starfield.
Contact down.
The race to the shore.
Contact front.
Nice work.
So Star Citizen. I don't know. I mean, that didn't do anything for me. But I love how ambitious it is. That's me. Like, I got to give it credit for all the stuff they want to do. So that's pretty cool, But yeah, I mean, it's just it. I mean, that's pretty much, you just showed me Starfield, without me knowing that, people said you're supposed to be able to do all this stuff, and the game never came out yet, and blah blah blah. But it's Starfield, and I played Starfield a little bit, and I just wanted to play it to see what it was like. So yeah, this didn't get me. Now here's my thing, right? Sev is the most PC. Sorry, he makes himself out to be the most PC. I put my chest out and say I don't see any, or I haven't had anybody show me trailers of PC games that make me like I gotta play them. He showed me those 3 games. Wow, that makes it pretty bad. All right, let's see. Let me see. All right, so Maker said, I've been PC gaming since playing Galaxy Pinball and Minesweeper as a kid. Ronan said, these trailers failed us. Dang. Yeah, they really did fail us. Dang, I could find better PC games to show Cowboy. Man, he said, scam game. You can even use flight sticks on this game as well, I was told. This game is ambitious, though. Diablo, Elder Scrolls, and Fallout were originally only PC games. Yeah, I remember that. At least I actually had to remember all of those. I don't know about Fallout, though. Let me see. Sev has failed us, PC guys. He better be joking on this, right? On these trailers to represent us. Oh, no. Well, I hope he's listening. He said he was supposed to be listening, but he can't respond for a bit. What about stuff like Valorant? No, Valorant is the game that's supposed to be coming to console now, right? I played that. I didn't like that. That's the hero shooter, right? I played that a little bit when it was on. They had the beta or whatever on PlayStation. I actually like Concord more than I like Valorant. He recommended. You know what, Valorant? Let me back up. Valorant reminds me of PC games. You know how like PC games got like 8 million things to do. Why? Because it's based off of a keyboard and mouse. So when you play Valorant, you're like, you can do this, you can do that, you gotta do this, do that. I just get overwhelmed. Like, bro, I want you to put a weapon in my hand, and I either want to shoot at somebody or whack them in the head with something or punch them. Like, and you know, that's I think what bothers me with PC games. They're so detailed, and I think it should be, right? It's a PC, it's a computer, right? Why not take advantage of all these buttons? Oh, I'm hitting F3, I'm hitting the R, and I'm hitting the Y, and I'm hitting the circle, and like, why not take advantage of that? But on console, you where's my controller? On console, you got this in your hands, right? So you got this or that, this or that, this or that, this or that, right? So you can't compare. I mean, you could compare the two, but imagine you build a game that takes advantage of this and a mouse, and then you make a game that takes advantage of this. This fits me and speaks to me because I like things simple. I play games on easy. Like, I just want to be able to have a controller in my hand, and I have, you know, a certain amount of things to do. PC gaming where it just gets overwhelming, it's just too much. And here's what I feel with PC games. I feel like PC games, they focus more on all the intricate things you could do and give you so many things, right? They feel like this is going to feel like a real world. You're going to be able to do everything. I'm kind of like, bro, I don't want a real world. I want a video game where I can just feel like I'm this power character or whatever, and I just play the game. So, like, I feel that consoles focus more on the visuals and the gameplay, and PCs focus more on being intuitive. Like that one game, you see the characters when they was walking, right? Like I feel like they don't focus so much on like the actual character details and the movements. Like, I'm used to, you know, you will see PC games and the characters look like they walk and then they turn the corner and then they walk, right? Like, remember the first Resident Evil back in the day where you walked and then you turn and then you walk forward? I feel like PC games, that's the visual effects I get, right? I don't get like the smooth action, you know. Anyway, I hope you guys know what I'm trying to say. Let me see. FCAP said he recommended a game that still hasn't released. LOL. He said, yep, Valorant is PC. Sev has failed us. Valorant is on PlayStation. I try it. It's okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Valorant, they are putting it now. I played the beta. Let me see. Cowboy, I do a PC game collection for you, bro, on what I have on my collection. Sev has failed us, bro, on these 3 trailers. Oh, no. And, yo, TPG, I need you on this stage because we're going to get into The Last of Us, and I've been waiting for you because you and me constantly been debating about something on The Last of Us, and now I got my facts. And so I'm going to have it out with Joe. Just saying. All right. Some PC games are just Excel sheets in disguise. LOL. That's what it feels like, right? Say his name and he appears. We are talking about TPG. Oh, wait. We're talking about Ron Slusher. My bad. I believe in Ron Slusher. I believe in Ron Slusher. Yo, Monkey Boy. He said you're wrong on so many points. You're seriously trying to say that the visuals on PlayStation are better than the visuals on a gaming PC. PlayStation can't even do native 4K. It's all upscale. Here's what's funny. You ever meet that guy that try to be so smart but is stupid? Where did I say visuals? Where did I say the graphics, right? I said the character movements. I literally did the walk, turn. I literally referenced Resident Evil. I literally was talking about the character movements. If you came in earlier, you would see that I was showing. I paused and played rewind where the character walked into the cabin. You see, they don't like take full steps like a real person. Like, and that's what I was used to. Like, I feel like you see a lot of PC games where the character models aren't fluid, right? Like, consoles tried to make games feel like, they were simple. So they focused on just like the character interactions themselves. PC games, because again, using this big keyboard, they had like so much you could do. So yeah, while you were like, I got a backpack and I can have 30 things in it. You can't do all that in the console games. Like look at something like World of Warcraft and even Diablo. I remember playing Diablo on PlayStation 1 or 2, and it was like, damn, you got like the 80 million things, and that's PC gaming at its finest, right? And not talking about graphics. Nowhere did I say PC gaming doesn't look as good as PlayStation or PlayStation look better than that. Man, you got to stop with this whole console war, bro. Just saying. So many more games on PC, so many more options. Listen, I had the hardcore PC guy. The guy that always come in the room and say, I'm a PC gamer, and these were the 3 games that he recommended that I take a look at. But anyway, PlayStation Xbox offers no advantage, just way less performance, way less visuals, way less games, and you have to pay a fee to use your hardware year after year. I do agree, but tell me about these PC games. So it's way more PC games. What? Way more indie games? Way more games with the characters walk like this and turn their whole body turn like that. Way more simulation games. Oh, sure, they got Truck Driver Simulator. Sure, they got Drug Dealer Simulator. Sure, they got playing with a Mongoose Simulator. Sure, they got all these games. But again, I challenge you. So since you got the big mouth, right? We're going to do this live. So me versus Monkey Boy, okay? Live. He got a big mouth. He's going on and on. Monkey Boy, I'm putting you on the spot. You find me, whatever, or tell me a game that I will play a trailer right now for PC. And it's a PC only game. It's not on PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo. And you tell me that game, I'll pull it up right now. We'll all watch it. And let's see if we're all like, oh my God, I have to get a PC to play this game. Console doesn't have a game like this. PC just blew my mind. Show me the game. And let's see how long it takes you. Let's see. Mister, they got so many games. You're right. PC got way more games because it's the free source. Anybody can just make a game on PC. Anyway. Let me see. PC ain't for everybody, Monkey Boy. And I think we all know that. Nintendo isn't for everybody. Xbox isn't for everybody. PlayStation isn't for everybody. PC isn't for everybody. But I think people like Monkey Boy try too hard to make you feel that it should be for you, that he wants to convince you. So convince me. I'm about the games. So convince me. Since you're talking to me, here's your chance. You always want to be right. You want to be the guy that's right. Here's your chance. Tell me the game that I'm going to pull up, and I'll pull up the trailer right now. And we want to see that game, and I want to be like, bro, I need that game right now. And if you can't do that, then you should sit in your little high chair with the other children and just chill, man. Just calm down. Just chill. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, Monkey Boy, I'm a winner.
And you know what winners say? Fuck the losers who can't take a joke. Man the fuck up.
I'm just saying. All right, anyway, let me see. So stop acting like PC is so perfect. Sometimes it's not. Monkey Boy joined the chat. Monkey Boy used to join a lot too, man. He's a good dude. PC players are waiting for PlayStation games and Xbox. That kind of is true, though. Let me see. Character movements. What are you even talking about? If we're talking about the same game, it's the same on PC and it is on PlayStation, Xbox, and the movements. So here's the problem. You came in here not knowing what the conversation was about. The problem is you. All you had to do was ask a question. You came in here, look, what do you mean? PlayStation can't look as good as a $800,000 PC. Nobody was talking about that. That's your problem. Cloud is better than console and PC. I mean, the argument might be made. Name a game on PlayStation that has better character models that's not available on PC. Seriously, doesn't even make sense. I mean, listen, I challenge you. So all you got to do is tell me a game to pull up that's PC exclusive, and we're going to watch that trailer and see if it blows us away, blows me away. Let's go. Jedi Survivor is better on PlayStation 5 Pro than PC. So that's the thing. We're not talking about a game that's on both. I was talking about the typical like PC game, like a PC only game, the game that they manufacture, they make for like a keyboard and mouse, right? Check out my mouse too. I'm trying to hold this thing without dropping it. I got the Iron Man mouse given to me by my guy, Mr. Josh Warren. But yeah, I think a lot of games that's PC only, they take full advantage of being able to have all these buttons and stuff. You know what I mean? So it's more extra intuitive. It's not the console flow, but people love those games, you know? Let me see. I don't use keyboard and mouse. I use controller on PC. Everything can be keyboard. Everything can be keybound for 99% of the games. No issues. Works great for me. Or system inputs. No issues. Works perfect. No keyboard. No mouse. But what about that 1%? Death Stranding 2 on the beach looks good. But I don't think that is PC only. Let me the hell on. All right, I'm coming. Yo, Rudigs. Sorry about my my issues earlier. I didn't realize I was using the what is it called? I was using the NVIDIA Broadcast app, and I was using the microphone thing, and it was on studio mode, and I didn't realize studio mode was messed up. My beef is with crossplay. I don't care what people play on. It's just annoying. It's just annoying. I can't play with everyone from my PS5. That would be cool. But I think PlayStation, they don't want to. They was the last persons they really get into crossplay. They was dragged kicking and screaming. All right, here's a few games that I recently bought on PC that are not on Xbox or PlayStation. Here's a few games that I recently bought on PC that are not on Xbox or PlayStation. I think you turned to a robot. Ready or Not, Gray Zone Warfare, Delta Force, Nuclear Option, Chained Together, on and on. All right, let's do it. Let's look at Ready or Not. So let's pull up a trailer for Ready or Not, and let's see how amazing this game looks. Okay. Ready or Not. Let's put a trailer. That might pull up. Yeah, let me put Ready or Not game, because I remember the Ready or Not movie. All right, let's find a short. All right, here we go. So check it out. And listen, don't give me a bunch of games, right? Let me back up a little bit. Don't give me a bunch of games. Give me a game that you feel is like going to be really stellar, right? What's up, Goon Squad? Give me a game that you're like, bro, this game is amazing and you should have it. So before I'll play this first one, but I want you to tell me out of that lineup. Don't just tell me, hey, these are games I bought. Like, cool. It might be games you bought, but just imagine if I was a PlayStation guy, right? And I say to you like, bro, This game, God of War, is pretty amazing. And they don't have anything like it on Xbox or PC. Like, you're missing out on gaming if you don't play this. That's what the response I'm looking forward to. I want you to tell me a game that I feel like I'm missing out on gaming if I don't play. You know what I mean? Like a game-defining game, like Gears of War. I still feel Gears of War is I'm excited for the people on PlayStation who never played Gears of War, because Gears of War is a epic game. Now, maybe you don't like those games, right? And that's fine. But like, I think we all could agree, Gears of War, man, when that game came out, if you were old enough, Gears of War was everybody talked about Gears of War. Like, Gears of War was the type of game you was like, whoa, right? So I'm asking you, don't just give me a list of games you bought. Give me a game that you're like, bro, console needs a game like this. That's what I want you to do. Like, give me a game that you feel this game is missing on console. Or give me a game where you can be like, console has a game like this, but this does it way better, right? So, dude, that's what I'm requesting for you to do. But let's check out Ready or Not, and then I'll ask you about all the other stuff. So check this out,
This
guys.
call is being recorded. What is your emergency?
I need the police. You need to send the police right away. Come help me.
God, I'm sorry, Mom.
I don't want to die.
I'm sorry. I love you.
Help us.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Ready.
Yeah.
Move! Take him down!
I actually did see this trailer before. We had this trailer. I think I might have seen this trailer and posted it for people to watch in the Discord.
Down! Right is down!
I got you.
Officer down! Cover!
Gotta get you up. Ready?
Look out! Drop your weapon!
Drop it!
Move it in! Officer's down. We need backup. Let's go!
Somebody, please.
So it's pretty much like Call of Duty. I think, if somebody plays Call of Duty, they might look at this and be like, all right. But maybe there might be stuff in this that you feel is better than Call of Duty, or the PC way does it better. I don't know.
Get back!
You can still make it out of this. Drop the gun and let her go.
I'm not going in!
So, are you ready?
Are you ready? Ready or not? Okay. Yeah, I mean, that didn't knock my shoes off because it's pretty much like Call of Duty. But Goon Squad's in the building. Let me see. Keyboard and mouse is ideal for survival games and shooters. Monkey Boy said 99% of games that are popular on PlayStation and Xbox, besides the ones that are developed exclusively in-house, launched on PC years prior. Let me see. Ron said Concord runs better on PC than PS5. I use controllers for third-person action games and platformers. Let me see. David Wilson said, actually, Ready or Not isn't a bad shout if you like shooters. What's going on? Lizard Ting said, Chained Together is a crazy example to use. Yeah, I don't know. That's what the man said. Ready or Not is on PlayStation. Oh, okay. Ready or Not coming to PlayStation. Okay. Sleeping Dogs. Let me see. I'm not buying a PC just to play Ready or Not. Let me see. Ready or Not is not available on Xbox or PlayStation yet. It has been exclusive to PC for many years. Okay. Let me see. Now it's finally coming, but PC gamers enjoyed it for years, for many years prior. But it is coming. And he said, look up Undefeated. Yo, you know what's funny? My wife was playing the Undefeated. I guess it's the game, right? The first Undefeated game. She was actually playing that earlier today on the PlayStation. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, Undefeated. So Undefeated, the first game, it was a guy made it like kind of like a game, right? And then they made it free. So it's actually on PlayStation and I guess on Xbox also, right? But yeah, part 2 is what you're talking about, Lion. Part 2 is, you know, does look pretty cool. It's like a superhero looking game. I'll play that. Now, see, that's a good shout. Look up Undefeated. Delta Force is on mobile. I haven't played it, but Repo has been doing the rounds for a couple of months as a must-play PC game. Okay, so that's what I like to hear. So he said a must-play PC game. So I'm going to have to look that up. These are a few examples of games I personally bought. These are thousands across. Yeah. That's not what we're talking about here. Look up Invictus. Okay, hold on. Black Ops is greater than Ready or Not. Let me see. I'm waiting for the new Ghost game. What Ghost game? Oh, Ghost of Yote. Okay, will be amazing. I didn't like Ghost of Tsushima. That's what it's called, right? There are so many Unreal Engine 5 games in development, all coming to PC first. I'm sorry, Sony offers nothing. Why do you say Sony? Why you didn't say Xbox? Wait, are you an Xbox refugee? Wait a minute, are you an Xbox guy that ran the PC because you felt Xbox was failing? Is that what is going on here? Because he doesn't say, if he's claiming all of this for PC, but he only say isn't coming to PlayStation, but he's not saying coming to Xbox. You're an Xbox refugee. I see now. I see. This guy. Wow, predictable. Guys, give it up for Xbox refugee. Give it up, man. Let's go. Give it up for him, man. Let's go. Yeah, man. All right. Let's see. PC is good for modding games if you're into that. That's what stands out the most about consoles for sure. Yo, you know what? If I was a PC guy, that's what I would be doing. I'd be doing mods, doing stuff that I can't do. You know, I definitely would be doing that. Most big AAA games will be on all platforms, so PC dominates with the indies, and AAA games. Well, that's what I was trying to say. I was like, typically when he was like, oh, PC got way more games. You're right. They got tons of indie games and AA games. You know what I mean? Xbox 360 gear and Halo was on top. Monkey Boy said, let's talk about Jade Raymond instead. Yeah, we can talk about Jade Raymond. She left PlayStation. She left her own studio. She founded Haven Studio and left it. That's crazy. Oh, but PlayStation actually bought Haven Studio, so I guess she couldn't take it with her. If you like Sims, Enzoy is supposed to be good. Let's talk about Marathon. Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to. I was talking to my wife about Marathon, actually. Man, she was like, what? I was trying to explain to her, like, yeah, somebody stole the artwork and put it in the game. She was like, wait, that can't be real. So I was showing her the trailer. I was like, see all of that? I was like, that's this guy's work. I actually even made a video about that earlier today. No. I made a video and, the video should be, well, the video won't be ready for everybody else. It's going to be for the, you know what? It's going to be for the channel members. But, yeah, you can check that out. Let me see. Let's talk about Sony's upcoming bankruptcy. I've been predicting all the pieces are falling together. The studios are collapsing daily. Man, this guy is a refugee. Monkey Boy, in all honesty, you sound like a PC fanboy. I don't care much for fanboys. Tone it down. No, he's not a PC fanboy. He's an Xbox refugee. Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds like you don't like free speech or opinions. I literally have owned every PlayStation and Xbox, etc. since '77, and just brought a PC 30 days ago. Stop it. Damn. So you're one of those fanboys. You're hard off of your 30-day purchase. That's crazy. You look up GTA 4, GTA 5 Natural Vision Enhanced mod to see what ray tracing can do. Yeah, but would I be able to see it on this or on a trailer? Marathon is on PlayStation and Xbox and PC. Did you download the new DLC on WWE? I didn't do that yet, but I will. It's called Ghost of Sushi. Ghost of Tsushima, right? You should check out Kingmakers. Is basically a guy with guns and tanks in medieval. Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah, the guy was like riding on a horse and all that. And he was just wasting people because they had the old stuff. I like to see the old Need for Speed Underground 2 come back. Kingmaker is a good shout out maker. Ghost of Yote. Everybody has their opinions, but you got that PC mentality all in your mouth and not in your good way. Dang. Let me see, bro. What even is this refugee nonsense? So I'll explain it. Nah, man. Call it Ghost of Sushi. It's where. Okay, fine. So people are throwing around the words or the term Xbox refugee. So what that pretty much means is, I never heard of it till like a couple weeks ago. Room mentioned it, right? I was like, Xbox refugee. I said, that's funny. I should make a video. He said, you should make a video. So I made the video. So Xbox refugee is somebody who was really into Xbox and they felt Xbox failed them or Xbox was losing a console war. So instead of them saying they going down with the ship, they end up jumping ship to PC or other places. Some people could say we was Stadia refugees and left to go to other stuff as well. I said I don't think Stadia was around long enough to be a refugee, but so that's pretty much what an Xbox refugee is, in short. All right. So with that being said, thank you to everybody who's bringing up all the good stuff in chat. I'm going to pull in none other than the guy who he means so much to me because he is my right-hand man that he got to be introduced with his own intro. All right, guys, let's bring in none other than F the Cat.
Yeah.
What's up, man? So this whole PC thing is getting crazy.
Pull me up right here.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna echo on your side.
Oh, you getting echo? Let me see. Say something again.
Check. Yeah. So yeah, so I mean, this is like new releases on Steam right here.
There you go. So FCAT has all the games that's coming up for Steam, and yeah, what is that? Nobody. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of indie looking games, man. You know, it is what it is. You know, I'm not kicking PC. Why? You know, I was just making a claim that, you know, with people like Monkey Boys telling you like, oh, PC got way more games. Yeah, look at them. There you go. What is it? Revolver Men. What is that? Strange Shores. Deja Vu. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're right. Yeah. Yeah.
Man, I don't know. Like, they got Steel Hunters on PC, which is that Transformers looking game.
See, that would have been cool. Like, I would expect him to show me something like that. That game looks cool.
Wishfire is a good one. That one hasn't came to console yet.
Okay. But you said you didn't like Steel Hunters, right? What's going on, Armin? What's going on?
I played a little bit of it. It's alright. It's like a more MOBA-ish style.
Yeah, I remember you were like, So hold up. Monkey Boy said, I think you missed the point because what I said was there's more games which there are nobody can argue that. Also the fact must come out first. Hold up. Also the fact most come out for PC first. These are fact and now you're exclusives. So yeah, but my point is if you make the claim that there's more games on PC, so what? Like, what do you even say that for? Unless you had compelling games on PC that came out first, right? That's like me saying, like, well, I'm going to walk my dog at 6. Yeah, well, you know what? I walked the dog earlier at 2. It's like, okay, and I'm walking the dog at 6. Like, you didn't tell me nothing special. That's my point. By just saying PC got more games is like, okay, and was that it? But anyway, let's bring in somebody else. Hold up, FCAT. Let me do this because I got to pull FCAT off real quick because this guy I'm about to get into it with. Now, I might be wrong. But I'm trying to remember the person. No, you know what? I think it's Rudigs. Rudigs, I got some heat for you, and I think I'm putting the energy into someone else, and I apologize. But let's bring him on anyway. None other than where he walks, it turns blue because he bleeds PlayStation. Let's go, TPG.
God damn
TPG.
You always gotta be giving me a good intro. You're always making me blush.
Hey, listen, man. You're my guy. But I was gonna. So TPG, I think it's not you. I gotta pick a bone with. I think it's Rudigs.
Oh,
but correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to make sure. Was you the person that said on The Last of Us at the end that you agreed with Joe for saving Ellie? Was that you? I think it's. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure I said I agree that it's the right decision for Joel, but the wrong decision for everyone else.
But were you the person that was like, I'm not sure if it's you or Rudigs, but were you the person that was like, well, no, I think you and me, we did that last show. I think you and me was the only two that agreed. No, it might have been me and FCAT. Anyway, were you the one, or was it Rudigs that was like, I'm pretty sure Ellie wouldn't have wanted to die anyway? Was that you?
I'm not 100% sure on that, but I know that for a fact that Ellie does say, like, I don't think she knows.
No. This is my point for you, Rudigs, and you know what? We're just gonna add TPG in there anyway. For all you people that was going against me when I said at the end of the day, Abby was right because Joel killed her dad. But people was like, well, no, because, you know, he had to save Ellie. I was like, he didn't have to save her. Like, she was going to save the world. And Rudigs, I think you was the one like, no, well, you know, who would have known the technology? I was like, well, it doesn't matter. It was worth a shot. But then, I'm pretty sure it was Rudigs, and now we group in TPG in there, that was like, well, she didn't want to die anyway. I was like, no, that was like her personality. She literally wouldn't have had a problem with it. Like, you played the game. They was like, no, she would have wanted to live. What do you mean? Mother effer. So if you guys didn't see episode 6 of The Last of Us, spoiler alert. I'll say that because I gotta say it. Mother effing Rudigs. No, matter of fact, Rudigs said he don't watch the show. That's right. He said he don't watch the show. But mother effing Rudigs. I'm giving y'all a chance. If you didn't see the show, if you didn't see episode 6, your chance to leave right now. And if you don't leave, I just want to let you know, I don't have a problem with me because I'm a winner.
And you know what winners say? Fuck the losers who can't take a joke. Man the fuck up.
That was your chance. Now, if you've seen episode 6, Ellie was so pissed off at Joel because he didn't give her the option to die to save the world. She was so mad, she said that would have gave my life purpose. And I played the game. Unlike some of you who must have been playing the game asleep, named Rudigs and TPG, that I knew that would have been her stance. But you two, I couldn't wait. I was watching it like, I'm so glad they actually went into detail, man. Because I'm like, how did you not play the game and not felt that's where her character would have wanted? Let me see what Rude Diggs got to say. Hold on, I'm skipping a bit, guys. I'm skipping a bit because I got to go to Rude Diggs. But I'll get back to everybody. All right, so Rude Diggs said, I ain't here to babysit your feelings, cowboy. My opinion is my opinion. Your opinion is wrong. That's all you need to know. Hashtag not my not my Ellie. No, I ain't trying to hear that. Hold on. I want to only okay. All right. So anyway, let me bring Rude Diggs. Oh wait. We got somebody else that got to come on the building, man. Wait. I want to say, was this guy also thinking the same thing? Well, bringing it in is none other than the guy that when he walks, it ain't blue, it's red. Because everywhere he go, something has to R.I.P. Because there's no other than the man who defied. He defied death. Got on a plane from a place where planes was falling out the sky called Philadelphia and made it all the way to Japan and back is none other than the maker of chaos. Maker.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking a flight to Europe later this year too, so, you know.
You know what? Listen, there's other chances for me to predict your death. All right, cool. Listen, man. I'm trying to remember your stance on this whole Last of Us thing. Don't make me have to rewind it, but what was your stance again, Maker?
My stance was they never gave her the chance to make her own choice on it. I know her choice was that she probably wanted to have it done, but at the same time, she was also under the age of 18, which I'm pretty sure all medical procedures usually have to go through people's parents or guardians first, at least in the US.
Whoa. Technically, her guardian was, what's her name? What was her name again? Marlene. Marlene technically was her guardian. Marlene brought Ellie to Joel for Joel to bring Ellie back to her. So her guardian was not Joel.
Joel was like, the last year I've been taking care of this kid. This kid's mine.
Hey, listen, legally, if there wasn't such a thing as legally, but Marlene was her custodial parent. But did you watch the episode from last week? If you didn't, I'm sorry about that.
Well, I mean, I already knew in the game, whenever she finds out about it, she does the same thing. She says basically the same thing. So I mean, like,
so what is Rude Diggs and TPG problem? Like,
I mean, you could also say that she's, was an emotional teenager. I mean, that's accurate.
I mean, you can. However, all I'm saying is I knew her stance was that she would have wanted to die. And listen, well, I'm going to bring those guys on, but I felt that episode was a 10 out of 10. One, we got to see the whole thing with Eugene, and I'm thinking like, okay, fine, he killed her husband, but it ended up being like so much more impactful. And it was the reason that Ellie actually had a problem with him, but it's also she originally had a problem from at the end of season 1. So I was like, whoa, like that episode, man. Like when you hope a show just kind of like put the nail in the coffin and bring certain things up. That episode was great for it.
It was since the first season, it was probably the best thing that I've seen where they deviated off of what it normally was and pulled it off to where it was, in my opinion, better than the game. I like the way they handled it better than
I agree.
Because in the game, she takes off and goes all the way to Salt Lake City, which is forever away. Makes no sense why like a 17-year-old would just take off for like weeks, to go somewhere. But yeah, no, I liked it better. I thought it was the best episode this season. It was. You know what? I thought episode 2, which some people had a problem with, I thought that had so much action and stuff going on where Joel died, right? And also I gave it credit because I know some people felt like, well, technically it shouldn't have happened yet, but he died so early in the game. I just like the fact that he died so early in the season, right? It just was like, hey, it made sense. But this episode, man,
For me, it definitely was the best episode because it was so impactful. Like, it was 10 out of 10 for me. I was like, wow, the fact that Eugene was like, who the hell is Eugene? And they just circled back and made, weave that in there, but not just that it was beef between his wife and her, but it was just that, whoa, this was the straw that broke the camel back for Ellie. Oh, man. Anyway, let me pull you off real quick, get to the chat. I'm going to bring everybody back on. I apologize, guys. I've been taking a little bit of time with the chat and everything, but Monkey Boy had me going in a whole, I don't know, but hold up. So let me catch up with the chat real quick, and then we'll bring everybody on, and I guess the show would really start. Let me see. So let me see. Let me back up a little bit. All right. I'm going to have to just go through this real fast, all right? Actually, you guys said a lot. Let me see. Damn. How did y'all? Okay, I'm not going to be able to read all of this. Y'all guys went in. Let me see. Okay, so let me see real quick. So just people who aren't loyal to Xbox and games, whatever they want to, are refugees. I feel like doing that is just like not buying into the console war nonsense. It's a term pretty much. They're just saying, like, if you was a diehard Xbox player and then you got all these reasons why you hate Xbox, you turned your back on Xbox, you think Xbox sucks, Xbox isn't catering to you, Xbox isn't catering to the consoles, I'm gonna put a stake in Xbox heart, now I'm a PC guy, you're an Xbox refugee. Let me see. Let's see. I'm back. I did the PC game collection, Cowboy. LOL. Let me see. Monkey Boy said you spent $700 on PS Pro, plus it costs another $400 for online service for 5 years. That's $1,100. Man, you could count. That's great. I am buying Marvel vs. Capcom collections on Switch and PC. Let me see. For $1,100, you can build a brand new PC with a Ryzen 7 and a 5060 Ti. No more online fees. Play all of your PlayStation games and Xbox and more. Why not? Tell me. So here's my thing. I can't wait for games, right? If there's a game that come out, I have to have. For instance, let's say they come out with the next God of War. How long is it going to take to come to PC? I can't wait. Right? When The Last of Us Part 2 came out, I didn't want to buy it because I feel The Last of Us for me, without a multiplayer mode, is just a one and done game. I'm going to play it, beat it, and be like, it was amazing. But I bought it because I didn't want it to get ruined because everybody was, the leaks came out. You want me to buy a PC and there's going to be some AAA games that's going to take years, if not never come to PC? No, you can keep that $1,100 Ryzen Huda Watsa Huda Huda. PC really does shine with its indies, but I mean, so does Game Pass. Ooh. Sev should have showed that. Oh, okay. I know what you was trying to say. Sev is a fraud PC gamer. LOL. I'm just saying. Or Mecha Break. Mecha Break. See, Sev should have showed Mecha Break. Sev should have showed that still whatever. Those games look dope. Or Marvel Rivals 2. Let me see. Monkey Boy hop on panel. Monkey Boy ain't gonna hop on the panel. Come on now. Monkey Boy's been on a bunch of panels before though. Monkey Boy and I know each other. He's actually a cool dude, but he is an aggressive guy and he gets into this, I gotta be right. And that's just, I think that's his era, his ways. To be fair, Monkey Boy, not everyone wants to drop 1K all at once on their game, and over time it's easier to swallow and doesn't feel like a substantial investment. Let me see. Can't right now. I'm barbecuing some chicken. Oh, that sounds good. Cowboy, going forward, do you think Xbox will still be around? Should I go for that console? I feel like this. Okay, Xbox console. I feel like they're going to make another one, right? But I think me personally, I feel like they want to get out of the Xbox console. And here's why I probably say you shouldn't buy an Xbox console. If Xbox is going to put their games on everything, then why get an Xbox console? Because Nintendo's not putting their games on Xbox. PlayStation isn't putting their games on Xbox. Now, they're talking about Steam might be on Xbox. But here's the thing. Why not get a PlayStation where it's going to be as powerful as an Xbox, get exclusive games, and also get Xbox games. Or why not get a PlayStation if you like Nintendo games, and some Xbox games might come to Nintendo. But I feel at this point, it doesn't make sense to get the X if you didn't have one, right? I'm not telling anybody who got an Xbox to get rid of the Xbox. But if you don't have any, I say get a PlayStation because you'll have majority of the games, you know? Let me see. That list on PC is not interested. I'm good with my PS5 Pro. Let me see. That said, consoles used to be so much cheaper. At this rate, they'll be getting into the PC cost. Let me see. Well, the thing with consoles is, I think the whole debate is you can't build a PC for the same price you could buy a console that would perform as a console. David Wilson, my gaming PC was $890, not $1,000. LOL. Please don't say $3,000 for a gaming PC. Well, if you want like the best of the best. Let me see. If there was more games on PlayStation, you would be bragging about it, or Xbox. The reason why you play is more games, and also there'd be a better price. No, I mean, think about it. So when I was a Stadia guy and I was going to leave Stadia and get either an Xbox, because I got an Xbox's Game Pass was amazing and still is. But I chose PlayStation because of God of War, Uncharted, The Last of Us. Those three right there is like, I can't have gaming without those three games. And since then, The Last of Us 2 had came out. God of War Ragnarok had came out. So those two games right there is like, dude, I wasn't going to wait years for that to come on PC. And I just like AAA games. I feel like AAA, I'm a AAA whore. I like the AAA games. So you let me know what AAA games are on PC. Again, we could circle back because you have yet to tell me what games on PC that is only on PC that I would want to play on PC, and it may make me want to get a PC. You can't even tell me. So your whole point is just null and void. Oh, man, where's this heat at? Hey, man. Also on PC, you have access to trials, betas, early access. Those simple don't happen that often on Xbox. So actually, you know what's funny? So for me, that doesn't wow me that much. So on Xbox and PlayStation, when I had PlayStation Plus Premium, they had those 5-hour demos and all that stuff. I just didn't use it. I'm the guy who end up getting a beta and then forget to play it. Like Fragpunk, still never played. So I'm a specific gamer. I like to look at a game. Either I've seen a trailer that made me want to get it, or either somebody recommended it. Excuse me. And then those are the games I go after. Oh, wait. Damn, I think I left my soda out there. Let me see. Yeah, I agree with that, because why should he trust that dude to operate on Ellie? Come on, man, stop it. All right, so I don't want to leave everybody. Listen, I'm going to have to speed this up little by little. Here, I'll try to read it backwards and see where Marathon fails as predicted. Do you think Sony can swallow another loss? What will happen with Bungie? I'm concerned. Bungie might just be absorbed and become a first party developer. Let's talk about Jade Raymond, please. So Jade Raymond, I'm sure we're going to bring that up. I don't want to jump in front of FCAT stuff, but Jade Raymond, I don't know why she left, but I don't know what's the point of Jade Raymond. Jade Raymond also left Stadia, you know. Jade Raymond also left Ubisoft. You know? Oh, and I seen Purple popped in the building too at some point. The Xbox hybrid handheld, that's what's coming next, and the Xbox hybrid PC in 2026, because they know PC, and Steam is the path to the future. Let me see. We did not even wait for Black Myth Wukong on PC. Let me see. No, as the new CEO is still in the first year. Can you provide an example? I'm reading it backwards. I'm good, Purple. I lost a lot of weight. Went from 382 pounds to 276. Congratulations, man. I think if it's multiplayer, yes, but I think they're pivoting away from that, Monkey Boy. Let me see. I don't have to be right. I'm just saying what's the facts. Let me see. How have you been, Ronan? Let me see. That's what it's about. I'm just trying to see what Purple was talking about. Maybe not every game, but almost every game. What games do you have right now that are exclusive to PlayStation 5 Astrobot. No, PlayStation definitely is on the low. The difference between you and me is I talk about everything. You pick a side and go, I'm a PC guy. PC is amazing. Or I'm an Xbox guy. It's amazing. Or then you're a PlayStation guy. I'm a PlayStation guy. I'm talking about everything. We give everybody an equal opportunity spank on that bottle while you're an Xbox refugee. All right, so let's bring back on FCAT, TPG, and the Maker of Chaos. I'm sorry, guys, I got caught up.
Wait, we gotta make fun. God damn it, Cowboy, you got me started on two different things. I'm saying I want to make fun of Monkey Boy. I want to say I want to make fun of you. God damn it, I'm all riled up.
I'm sorry, man. But guys, you are on here now. Let me go grab my soda real quick while you guys talk about Steam.
No, I want to take a dump on these PC guys because this actually happened this week, guys. Steam apparently got hacked.
Oh, Steam got hacked.
Didn't.
But I thought Steam was the best platform. They don't get hacked. No, they don't. No, what they do is get butt fucked by a fucking fist.
Well, it came out later that it wasn't actually Steam that got hacked. People thought it was Steam. Steam got hacked as well because Steam used the particular company. But it was just a different section that got hacked. It wasn't
right, and then they didn't have the information, everybody's information, so that's why.
Yeah, it wasn't like anything
compromised.
valuable. It wasn't.
But everybody was on Twitter that day. They were like, "Oh, change your password, change your password."
So basically, this didn't happen,
actually,
and we're talking about something that didn't happen.
Okay, so for the record, I want to say this right now. It's actually good to change your password every once in a while. Just so it stays fresh. But yeah, this is fake.
If you change your password on Twitter, pretty sure you should change it.
Hey, how about I was running around looking for my soda, and my wife was like, "You drank it." I was like, "I did." She's like, "Yeah, you drank it." I was like, "Oh, but I didn't apple pie." How about that?
Wait, we know you get up there in age. Are you sure you're not showing some early stages of dementia there?
Well, I might be. I didn't. You know what it is? I didn't. So we went to McDonald's before we before the show started. I did not realize I drank my stuff. Wow, that's crazy. Anyways, all right, guys. So, I'm sorry, man. I got caught up with Monkey Boy, and but I do like to spend a little bit of time where it's just me for a little bit in the beginning of the show. Anyway.
This happened this week, so I just wanted to bring it up. Do you want me to go to the next thing, or?
Well, so Steam leak panic. So I heard you guys was talking about it wasn't really Steam or blah blah blah.
No, it was like a third-party site.
Nobody got compromised or anything, but they were on Twitter telling everybody to change their password.
But I told everyone, it's like, hey, it's actually a good idea to change your password every once in a while, just to
change your password.
Yeah, so let's get into actually today's news. When I kicked the hornet's nest today, so Randy Pitchfork says, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to pay for that $80 game.
And Randy, you can find a way to shove my fist up your butt, but that ain't happening anytime soon either.
To be honest, he isn't wrong, though.
Really, Cowboy?
Dude, so
why? Oh my God, dude! Oh, I hate this argument. The whole argument of inflation. Ooh, if you actually games are cheaper now than they were back in the day.
So my friends, right, that live in Jersey, my friend was like, "Oh, look at the gas," right? And we had a debate maybe a year ago, right, where he got mad at me because he was like, "Oh, look at he showed a picture of gas," and I was like, I said, "Oh, is that good? Is that cheap? Or is that a good price?" He was like, "Are you being serious?" I was like, "Yeah, why?" He was like, "Bro, you don't know what the gas is?" Like, "No, because I gotta drive my car, so I just go to the gas station and pay for it." He was like, "Oh, well, gas is getting high. How you just gonna pay for whatever?" I was like, "Because I have to drive to work." I was like, "So it doesn't matter." He was like, "So you don't watch your bank account?" I was like, "I obviously know what I got in my bank account that I could afford gas." So I bring it back to this, right? He just said yesterday, showed a picture, and I was like, I really still don't look at gas. I don't look, right? But now I work from home, so I barely drive my car, so it don't matter. But my point is this. If you really, really like something, right, and you couldn't afford it, then you just couldn't afford it, unfortunately. But if there was a will or a way, you would find a way to pay for it. So let's say it's one $80 game, It's your remember the quote was if you're really a fan. So if you was really a fan of one, and we're not saying you gotta buy $30, $80 games, but if you're a gamer, that means you already was paying $60, right? And then you were paying $78, right? Because you're a gamer, so that means you've been paying for video games. If you were really a fan, you would not miss out on your favorite game because it's an extra $10. That's all. Like if you thought, hold on, wait, real quick. If you thought 2 years ago your favorite game was coming out in 2025, you was like, "Oh, I'm buying that. It's going to be $69.99. Let's go!" And then you found out it was $79.99. It's your favorite game. You're paying an extra $10. I'm just saying. So I kind of do agree with just that statement. I didn't read this, but that statement I agree. But go ahead. That's all I got to say.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I actually agree with you on the notion, like, hey, if you're really excited for it, you know, your excitement hasn't changed, that you're gonna pay that $80. Hell, most of us end up buying the digital deluxe edition, which, you know,
I know, right?
Over $20 on top. So, but I think it's just kind of, I think it's just a little messed up that the executive like Randy Pitchford is like, hey, you're not a real fan if you didn't pay the $80.
I mean, it does sound crazy, but I get. So the thing is, when we read it, you know, it sounds that way. Like he's like, you're not a real. But if you really think the logic, now to your point, if I was on the fence, then I'd be like, oh hell no, I ain't buying that game. I wasn't sure anyway. Then that $10 might make me say no, I'm not buying it. If I was on the fence, but yeah, as a fan,
knock people off the fence side, like, oh no, I ain't paying that.
right. Yep.
Maker, say something.
For me, it's the shift to the $80 price point. Do they really need to make these games cost $80? No, because they're making so much money off of side content on these games. Mm-hmm. Like selling, like Borderlands has like keys for chests and stuff like that in side content. They don't need to sell these games at $80. They're doing it because they can hit higher profit margins and hit higher numbers to make their company look better. That's really the ultimate goal behind the rise in price, is because companies need to continue to go up instead of staying stagnant. It sucks for the consumer because basically we're shafted because of numbers and stuff. Right. You know, like
if we're being fair, Nintendo definitely don't need to make the games $80 because look what you're getting. All right, I'm done.
Yeah.
So the thing is, he's basically saying, are games good enough to value their $80? But it's not my call. He says they're not my call. It's
the executives.
You can blame the publisher. UK. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But now Borderlands 4, they're hoping Borderlands 4 flops.
But I think Maker had hit the nail right on the hammer with it, where I was like, these companies, they want the illusion that things are getting better, when the fact is, like, maybe they're lacking in sales. Like we're seeing, like on the console side, like games aren't selling as much as they used to because, you know, people obviously got different priorities for the economy's going and everything. So raising that $10 back, well, we didn't make as much in, you know, the bulk of the sales, but we made more in the overall profit off the game.
Right.
And it's like,
well, so think about it, right? So the bulk of the sale will kind of be trying to make that guaranteed money, because the problem is if you say, hey, we project to sell so many of these games, then that's the money you made, right? But you don't know, because if people buy the game, then you have it, right? You can't return it. Oh well, but you might get the game like, I don't like it, so then you won't buy it. You won't spend money on the microtransactions. So what they're looking at is, we want to make the guaranteed money. Now they all hope that they get that extra money, which is the microtransactions and what comes after you buy the game, but that's not the guaranteed money. The guaranteed money, so that's why they want to raise stuff, because it's like, okay, it looks like we're not selling as much, but to your point, well, what do you mean you're making more on the microtransactions? Yeah, but imagine if we don't. We can't guarantee that, and when does that slow down? So, I mean, it is what it is. You know, the thing is, it's business, and we can't do anything about it but spend the money again. So I think that's why I like that guy's point. If you're a real fan, you will buy it. If you're not, then don't spend the money.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I mean, at the end of the day, there's always sales.
It's rage baiting these online, because they get in their feelings and emotions because he's attacking gamers. And companies are finally showing their true colors. They're not our friends. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
dude,
I think the problem is
Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo are your friends, man.
Yo,
I got a break on a fucking island to sell you.
that always killed me when people would be like, oh, they would mention the certain executives or whoever will act like them and Phil Spencer or Peoples and Reggie and I just feel like we don't know these people. They're the face of these companies, so we could have a face to connect with, right? But at the end of the day, it's still a business. They're the face because they got put in charge with that position, and that's all it really means. And I'm sure they might be nice people. But at the end of the day, they're still there to do a specific job,
They're here to milk you dry for all the money you're worth. That's what every executive, their job is. They're a salesman at the end of the day. They're a salesman. Yeah. I create the illusion you're my friend, but really I'm here to sell you a product.
That's it.
In other words, what OnlyFans girls do to get you to buy their shit, that's what the executives do.
That is real.
I will say the wording is really bad on this. I feel like it makes me think of like, oh, well, if you're a real fan of the Pittsburgh Steelers, you wouldn't care that they don't have a great quarterback. They're still gonna, do great. And I'm just like,
No, I mean, the optics of it doesn't look good, but for me, I just prefer logic over emotion. So for me, it doesn't trigger me because a lot of people
that he's citing 1990s video game prices.
Yeah. Well, you also have to remember the gaming market back in the 90s was so different because, first off, video games weren't mainstream, so they could charge whatever they want and it would fly under people's radar. I was just going to also say, I think we're also seeing in the game industry right now, it's what they call it, God damn it, there's a phrase for it, but it's like, there's like different levels for how much a game, costs to make, and they charge. Like, we see $50 games, 60, 70, 80. I think 80 is the quadruple A price. We finally hit quadruple A games. Hey. Sort of.
I wanted to say, so for comparison, like you're comparing the price of a game back in the 90s, and when you look at the actual like sales of that particular like console, like if you look at N64 sales, it was at 33 million sales for the N64. That's around what the Xbox Series has. They weren't bought nearly as much back then than they are now. People trash Xbox for having like 30 million sales, but like N64 has around that. We don't trash N64.
We also have to remember production costs are also a huge reason why some of the prices were high as they were, because you didn't have these giant factories making these cartridges or whatever. So they had to go to this very specific place. So, oh man.
Real quick, Purple said Monkey Boy came to fight today. Monkey Boy came to lose today, Purple. He came to lose. Monkey Boy came to lose today, and I want Monkey Boy to do me a favor.
Man the fuck up.
Because he's in here crying because he has some hate for PlayStation, and he's putting it on me. He always do that. He shows up and be like, "Oh, PlayStation!" Like, bro, we could not even be talking about PlayStation, and he's just going on and on about how he hate PlayStation. Like, well, hey TPG, his name is that PlayStation. Sorry, the PlayStation Gamer, or that PlayStation. Yeah, I was right the first time. So get mad at him, like. Dude, just because you're an Xbox refugee, don't put that on me. This guy.
The thing is, man, like, if you want PlayStation to die, that says all I need to know about you. Like, so you want one of the most creative companies out there that, actually does still kind of look at gaming as an art to a certain extent with certain developers. You want them to die? Why? That's not a good thing. That means all these companies would be at the mercy of Microsoft and Nintendo. And do you really want Nintendo to be more cocky? Because if that's the case, man, we in for a real rough time if you're a fucking game.
My thing is, I don't, it doesn't matter who somebody likes or not, but I think it gets a little extra when, just because you don't like a company, that's your outlook on everything is negative. For instance, right, I could give Xbox credit because I think Game Pass is the best subscription, gaming subscription, second to GameFly.
Actually, let's get into Xbox because I'm glad Purple's here because I want her take on this. But apparently,
so what I wanted to say was the thing is I could give Xbox credit, right? I could give PlayStation credit. I could give Nintendo credit. But it's fanboys or Xbox refugees like Monkey Boy that everything came out his mouth is just like, well, PlayStation didn't do this. Literally, some of the stats he was saying was identical to Xbox, but he just only said PlayStation. It's like, wait, why are you're comparing PC to consoles, but then you're only saying PlayStation. It's like, wait, huh? Yeah. Everything I said was console.
The same guy who was in the chat also saying that Sony's on the verge of bankruptcy. I'm sorry. Well, this is news to me. Because last I heard, they're doing good.
We'll get into PlayStation later. Let's start off with Xbox. So this is happening. So apparently, they're gonna shut down Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. Now, from my knowledge, I thought they were already gonna do this to launch Call of Duty Warzone Mobile on the Microsoft mobile store. That way they can bypass the fee for all the microtransactions.
I mean, I don't know what's going on with this.
No, I'm pretty sure it's because of it didn't take off. Because I know when I was reading up on, because I was curious because I had played Call of Duty Mobile for a while, and I was like wondering if Call of Duty Warzone Mobile was the same. And I found out that it's not. Warzone Mobile is strictly just the Warzone mode on a mobile app. And when I looked it up, apparently there was a lot of technical issues with trying to run the newer Call of Duty on a phone, and yeah, that apparently hindered its launch. And Call of Duty Mobile is apparently still going strong. I think the last I saw, like they said that like 90 million people still play Call of Duty Mobile, which is a lot more than Warzone Mobile ever got. So
but the whole thing with Fortnite coming now, it's on iOS and Android.
I thought
now
Fortnite was supposed
that allows
to come, but
Microsoft
being pulled from doing it.
So that allows Microsoft to put their store on mobile. Yeah.
So this is good because Purple's in the house, because remember Purple was saying she didn't think the Xbox store was going to come to mobile, right?
Right.
But yeah, I mean Fortnite's been on Android because for as long as I can remember, because my wife and I I click on Fortnite through my Android all the time just so I can see what characters they added to the game. But my wife actually, she would play on it. But real quick, Monkey Boy had a question for us. So here's a question. If Sony moves, and sorry, I got to do this because I don't want to leave the chat hanging forever. So every so often I might have to bring, we'll be talking about something, but I'll bring a question. But he said, Monkey Boy says, so here's a question. If Sony moves in and signs an exclusive deal with Steam to beat Microsoft to the punch and develops an emulator to run all the Steam games, you're saying you're not interested. So I'll say this. I wouldn't be interested because I don't really know any games that really make me jump out my seat to play them. So it wouldn't really matter to me, but it might matter to everybody else. So I'll go down the list. What about you, Rudiggs? I mean, Rudiggs. So here's Rudiggs, Captain Canada himself. He's in the building. Sorry about that. I said Rudiggs, so I might as well pull you in there. Rudiggs, what's going on, man? How's it going?
I've been summoned. What's happening?
Yes, you have.
I'm joining after dinner instead of before dinner.
Let's go. All right, well, let's start with Rudiggs. I'll start with Rudiggs and I'll go from the bottom up. So Rudiggs, Monkey Boy asks, so here's a question. If Sony moves in and signs an executive deal with Steam to beat Microsoft to the punch and develops an emulator to run all the Steam games, you're saying you're not interested?
I think Monkey Boy should be worried, deeply worried, because if Sony brings back Ape Escape, they're going to be looking for you, Monkey Boy.
Enough for the DLC.
That was good.
Coming for you, Monkey Boy. Spike's coming.
No, what's he saying here? They're going to put Steam on Microsoft. Good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, he's saying,
my beef is with crossplay. That means more people will be able to play with more people.
Well, root. But if PlayStation 5 gets the Steam store, you can buy Night Rain and play it with me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hey, give me less barriers. If Steam was on my push-to-play box, it would be way more accessible to me than having to own some piece of machinery that I have to maintain both physically and mentally and through technological skills I don't possess or care to learn. So
that's pretty good. So he's saying, Monkey Boy, so for the sake of crossplay, Rudy, or the lack of crossplay, or I guess crossplay, Rudy's saying that he would be excited for that. What about you, Maker?
Yeah, I'd be interested to check it out. But I mean, for the most part, if it's a game that I play on Steam, I'd most likely play it, on my PC itself. I wouldn't be playing it on my console.
Yeah, I would do it on the console. I would never play Steam on my PC or laptop, lack of PC, if I had the choice.
Like maybe if I was like on the go, and I wanted to play a game like on my console, maybe if I brought it on like a road trip or something like that, maybe. But other than that, that'd be such a rare occasion.
It reminds me of Discord. Like I use Discord on the console only when it's like I need to, but I rather just use Discord on my phone or my computer.
Goes to FCAT. Do I still have to pay for online if I'm on the Steam store on my PlayStation?
That should be a question for Monkey Boy because that was his question.
FCAT's major beef is with paying for online. So if I'm able to access Steam on my PS5, does that negate me paying for online to play Destiny?
They'll probably require it. That's how they make their money off of the Steam store.
Yeah, exactly. They'll get you.
All right. If TPG and FCAT want to answer, you guys can. If not, we just move on.
I was just gonna say I was just gonna say I have no interest in a PC emulator on a PlayStation because I buy a PlayStation to play PlayStation games. Don't give a shit about these flash in the pan, quick little, just put adult games. I just don't care.
Let's just move on. He's just rushing to shoot a topic, so let's talk about it. Let's talk about. So apparently the next Xbox hardware is going to be running off of Snapdragon.
Cool. More specifically, an ARM processor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically, like a.
It's like the new up and coming
like mobile
processors that are
mobile phone.
High performance.
Yeah, I mean, Snapdragon processors, I used to be big into phones and everything about them until I finally found the phone that I love and then you stop caring about all the others. But, so are they saying that the next gen, maybe they're going to take us, maybe it won't be as powerful, kind of like a Nintendo thing? Just don't worry about power? Like, what do you guys speculate from this? This rumor.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like it's not powerful, but it's still PC.
Real quick, Monkey Boy, if you don't hate PlayStation, what's all the hate for PlayStation today? That's all. Or anytime you ever pop in, I'll literally make any video, and anytime you ever pop in, like it'll be a regular video, live stream, you just pop in just to say something about PlayStation. Like, oh, PlayStation's stupid or they're bankrupt. It'll be like, what does that even have to do with anything? So you're saying I never said I hate PlayStation, but you're acting it out. You know what I mean? So I'm just confused. Like, we were talking about consoles versus PC, and you literally just wrote only PlayStation. You didn't say anything else. So you were saying how better PC is than PlayStation. I'm like, wait, isn't Xbox and Nintendo also a console? But that's all you reference. So I'm just calling you out to your own BS. That's all. Don't get mad at me, man. Just come in here next time. Make sure you got your suit and tie on and get yourself together before you start just talking, as you said earlier. Because that's all you're doing is talking. You're not really formulating good sentences. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So, according to Ecstasis, I'm sure Purple Haze will remember that name. Because we debated him about the FTC trial thing, but he apparently says that Steam is now being tested within the Microsoft Store.
Cool. So now you have 2 options to board to buy your games, and it's still on a console no one gives a shit about.
I think options is good. So for whoever.
Yeah. I say on a console no one gives a shit about. Oh yeah, because that's the ones who are gonna feel.
I mean, you got to think how many people have that console. So I mean, they care, right?
The new console? No one has it yet. I know what you're saying, Cowboy.
So they're saying Steam is going to be on the Microsoft Store. So my prediction of them putting GeForce Now on the Microsoft Store was wrong. There actually are.
They ain't playing GeForce
For Steam.
So you brought up the ABK thing, right? Sev earlier, Purple, I don't know if you're still listening, but Sev was like, listen, Purple was wrong. And I was like, well, technically she was right because she said if they have to change the deal. He's like, no, they didn't change the deal. They just, I forgot how he worded it. So I was like, hey, take that up with Purple. Don't get mad at me. So, just so you know, Purple, Sev's still saying that you was wrong. 100% wrong. But let me see. If you own both, of course, you're not going to play it on your Xbox. That's not the intention of the question. Unfortunately, the question was more games for PlayStation, basically. I think people have, but I think the issue is you are saying more games. I think so far what people were saying on the panel is we don't really care too much, or the people who spoke up about it don't really get excited for the PC games. Now, I think what people was more excited for was things like now we could play the same game with our friends together and stuff like that. So I know you're making a big deal about the games, but again, you still didn't say a game that was gonna make me fall out my chair. So you know what I mean? He said because when Steam comes to Xbox, that's what is going to offer more games, thousands of games to play while their games are in development. What's so bad about that? Nothing. No, I said that's bad, but I think the thing is, for me, I want to speak for myself. I'm a specific gamer, so this is why I only have GameFly as a subscription for gaming, right? When I had Xbox, I'd be like, or Game Pass and PlayStation Plus, both of them, I'd be looking like, okay, what should I play? I don't know. I'm just scrolling through. I more or less want to say, oh, this is the game I want to play. So if you said, okay, well, now Steam is on Xbox or PlayStation and you got more games, I already have, I'm just being honest, a bad perception to PC games. I already look at PC games like I don't want to play any of those. So you trying to make the thing that hey, it would be cool to have more games. I agree, but not for me, right? Now, yeah, the still whatever game looked cool. It looked like something out of GameFly. Like the thing is, there or the whatever the other game that's no, I think that other game is actually an Xbox game. The other mech game.
Every time I hear this, I keep questioning how is this gonna work? Like, because if you go to Steam, it's free online, but on the Xbox console, you have to pay for online.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing. So FCAT, I think it's this simple. If you own an Xbox and you want to play online, you would have to have a subscription, right?
Right.
It's that simple. So just because you're playing a PC game, but you're still playing it on something that requires an online subscription, it's that simple. So you can't be mad and be like, but on PC, it's free to play online. Well, then play it on PC.
That's all. You're basically saying you're gonna have to pay for it. Basically what you're saying.
Yeah, I think if you somehow was able to play games on Steam on an Xbox, I think you would still have to have a subscription to play online. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't
be a huge
because your
deal
box would
breaker
be
for PC
plugged
people.
into the internet. I think you wouldn't need to pay for a subscription. I think Steam will make it so you don't have to. We'll see.
Yeah, but then how do you? Hold on, wait, Rudigs. Wait. Then how do you decide? Okay, so what you're saying is you would. Okay, so would you buy an Xbox that's connected, that's merged with Steam, and then say, okay, now I'm not paying for a game or Xbox Live anymore, right? And then you buy a game that's an Xbox game, but you need to pay for Xbox Live to play that game online. So explain that to me.
I'm saying in the situation where you want to access your Steam library, but you're not paying for Xbox Live, you're still able to access Steam and Steam's library if you're connected to the internet. I think that will be independent of Xbox.
So you think some people would just only buy?
You don't have to pay.
So you think some people will only buy this new Xbox? In theory, only buy the new Xbox just for Steam games and not Xbox games?
Potentially, people could do that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
because maybe it would be cheaper than a PC, I guess, right?
I was going to say, I think it would be nice if Steam games could then be played with Xbox users, because I do have a friend that plays Xbox, and so I tend to get Xbox games to play with him if it doesn't have crossplay, like Elden Ring. So that would be helpful for me, because then I could tell him, hey, buy the Steam version, and then you can play with me, right? And saves me having to buy a second version of the game.
Yeah, I mean, however that would work, yeah, that would be actually cool. So, Monkey Boy said,
or
of course,
just abandon your PC version. I mean, come on.
Well, he could do that too. Monkey Boy said, of course, you're going to have to still pay for online because Sony would not have it any other way. Sorry, but that's a Sony. No, hold on, wait. Let me jump on this real quick. Monkey Boy, I don't know how old you are. I know you're old enough to know this. But remember, PlayStation Online was free. And Xbox Online wasn't free. You do remember that, right? I'll just leave it there.
I'm too young for that.
No, I'd be pissed too if Sony developed an IP where they were just chasing after my people, capturing them in nets and not letting them escape. So I get you, Monkey Boy. Down with the ape escape people.
Yeah. But no, man, just play where you want to play at the end of the day. But I honestly think PC. The reason why I have this theory, man, where the reason why we're seeing so many PC players lately is because they're all former Xbox guys. They kind of want to ride the Xbox coattails, but on PC, because that's where I could play better. Because that's where.
Purple, I tried to tell him that's what you said, Purple. He said, no, you were wrong. But
yeah, Monkey Boy should fear Ape Escape. Fear Sony. They're coming for you.
Anyway, let's move forward. Listen, Monkey Boy, you're getting a lot. Listen, you're getting to derail the show a lot today, but I like this to be interactive. So I definitely like to, talk to the people.
Can we talking about The Last of Us and how Cowboys run?
Oh, can we please get into The Last of Us real quick? Yeah, we got to do that.
So you're trusting some hack who is technically The Last of Us. So you're getting the bottom of the barrel doctor to perform brain surgery that actually has never been done in this world before. So yeah, let's trust this hack net.
And hope that they make the correct vaccine and without any proper testing at the same time.
And then somehow, against all fucking odds, they just basically got almost destroyed traveling halfway across the damn country. They got spread out to every fucking affected, potentially getting more of their people killed, just so that maybe this will work. By the way, they're not going to field test any of this. They're not going to test Elliot and see how her cordyceps work. No, it's just supposed to work.
Okay, so I'm glad you guys are having fun. Here's my point. I agree with you, right? My point was Ellie would have wanted to die. And so for you, who was like, well, no, she wouldn't have. nail in the coffin, because she said it on the show. Rudig, you didn't watch it. She said it on the show. She said it on the show that you took away my chance to have purpose. You stopped me from my life having purpose, meaning she was deeply hurt that she couldn't have died to try to save the world. So everything I just said sounds cute, but you're all wrong.
Watch me steal your thunder right now, Cowboy, because let's just put yourself in those shoes. Do you have a teenage daughter? Wait, yeah, you do. How often does she change in her mind?
Basically, I agree with you, Cowboy. I think over. Wait, what are we getting into? What is this?
Most important words you said this whole. Listen, FCAT. Most important words you said this whole year of your life. You agree with Cowboy. That's it.
No, Joel took one look at him and
agree
said,
with
"You ain't
you."
Pfizer." All right, and he continued on his way.
I'm just saying, in the show, she did. Obviously, the people who wrote the game helped direct the show, and they literally made it clear if some people like Rudig wasn't paying attention. Maybe you was eating soybeans. I don't know what you was doing when you was playing the game, but she would have wanted Joel to sacrifice her for the greater good. I'm just saying.
She was just trying to look good in front of the cameras, Cowboy. Come on.
I'm just saying.
I'm gonna say this, Cowboy. Of course, Ellie would say that because she thinks, at the end of the day, that's what she should do. But she says, like, she wants her life to have meaning, but that doesn't mean her life would have meaning. Her death has meaning then.
She said purpose, not meaning. She said.
Okay, but does her life really have a purpose if the purpose is to die?
Yes, because her purpose would be to save humanity. What is bigger than saving humanity? Let me know. Because I'll wait.
Bigger than saving humanity? Living.
Getting yours.
Getting yours. Look, Ron Slusher said, I think nobody cares about PC. We would heavily invest if we did. Damn.
No, I agree with you.
Let's stay on topic here. Let's stay on
why.
Look.
I'm sorry.
Right. Let's just say it right now. Ellie's right for one to have the choice, but Joel was right for protecting the person he loves the most in the world.
So here's the problem though. Joel was given a task and Joel was paid.
Actually, he never got paid.
Okay, well, Joel was given a task and instructed with that task, and even Tess, his girlfriend, died trying to make this task happen, and for all that, and the task was so important, and you're selfish. See, again, this is why I choose logic, and Monkey Boy doesn't believe in this, but I choose logic over emotions, and I choose fact over assumptions, because the fact is, he was told to do something. The logic is it could have cured and saved humanity. But his little emotions for this girl he don't know, only liked her because of his daughter who died, right? His assumptions was, I don't know what could happen. Fact.
Doesn't know her. Oh, that's some blasphemy right there. That's some blasphemy. How do you travel halfway across the country with someone and not get to know them? Not develop some kind of connection?
Hey, that's fine, but you don't put that person in over the world.
Yeah, you do when you care about them enough.
That's crazy.
Okay, Cowboy,
what would happen?
I hate to ask this, but like, if your daughter wanted to, let's say, sacrifice herself to save a human life, would you let her, or would you step in her place?
If it had to do, so it's the greater good, right? I look at it like it depends on what the situation was, but if the situation was like, groundbreaking, like saving humanity, then I'm with it. Now, if it was me and I got to make the choice on my own, if I was like, well, I don't want to save humanity, but that was my point, was if you played the game, which Rudig, again, was eating soybeans at that point in time, you felt that this is what Ellie would have wanted, right? So you did take away her chance to let her life, have purpose. That's my point. Now, I agree with you guys. You love somebody deeply. Look, maybe I would have did the same thing as Joel. But my point is that this is what Ellie wanted. And my point also is Abby shouldn't be at fault for killing Joel. That was the other part as well.
No, I actually agree with you 100% on that. In fact, here's a controversial take. I think Abby's more of a hero than Joel is. Because, think about it. She's out trying to kill the guy who basically doomed the world. So every death after that point does kind of have some reflection on Joel.
Yeah, but now I feel like you're contradicting yourself. You can't make that powerful. You making it that powerful that she killed the guy to doom the world, but you didn't want the guy to. You wanted the guy to doom the world.
It's all about perspective, man. It's all about perspective. From Abby's perspective, Joel's the villain, but from Joel's perspective, he did the right thing.
Yeah,
I got you.
Two people could be right and wrong at the same time.
I got you. I love it.
Lucky Boy keeps bringing up the PlayStation stuff. We're about to get into PlayStation.
All right, so hold on. Let me read. Monkey Boy said, Marathon is struggling, and now Jade Raymond leaving a game is Sony has been spending pounds of money cash on in a few past years. Plus, they purchased her studio. That's the truth.
Dude,
lastly, I want to say on Joel before we leave.
Okay.
He walked up to this situation and he said, "You know what? I don't want to let somebody else handle this, especially someone not capable. I'm more capable than you. I will take Ellie. And once we find a Pfizer-like situation that's not some people in a burnt-out basement claiming to be a medical facility, I will figure it out." And that's why Joel's the man, because he took responsibility into his own hands. And he didn't trust somebody else just to save the world and pass on.
Okay, but to be fair, Rudix, in the game, they actually established that doctor does actually know what he's doing. It's just we never hear about it in the show because, again, we haven't seen Abby's side of the story yet. Next season. Personally, at the end of the day, I think both Joel and Abby are right. They're right from their perspective, but they're also wrong from the other's perspective. It's that old Dark Knight saying, either you die a hero or live long enough to see you become the villain. Everyone in the world of The Last of Us is a villain of someone else's story. There is no right and wrong in the world of The Last of Us. There's just shades of gray.
Yeah, it's like The Walking Dead.
Yeah, well, okay, I think The Walking Dead's a little bit more black and white, but yeah, you're generally right.
And our Cowboy disappeared. I was going to agree with him about the Xbox thing. I totally think they will make console.
All right. Are we done?
Subscription.
Well,
sorry. Are we done?
We sit here talking about Joel and Ellie. What did everyone think of the episode? If you watched it.
Okay, so let's go down. Let's get constructive here. Let me go down the list, right? Watch the episode 10 out of 10. The episode was so good to me. I was talking to Maker about it. You guys kind of heard me, but if you didn't, 10 out of 10. I felt this episode was so good because it was so filling. Like I always wanted to hear Ellie say what she said. I wanted to know what the hell was up with this Eugene guy, right? That Joel killed the ladies, the doctor's husband. But I didn't think it was going to be so impactful. I thought, it was going to be like, okay, he turned to a walker or a walker. He turned to an infected, and I had to kill him. I didn't know he was going to be the catalyst to break Ellie. So, and then also what was really cool, is I always felt like, damn, that sucks. You watch the show. When Joel died, she was pissed at him. The really cool thing is the last thing she got to say is, well, I want us to try to repair our relationship. That was really cool to be like, oh, wait, he died when they left it on a good note. So 10 out of 10, and that's what I got to say. What about you, FCAT?
This can be the last episode that I ever watched. End of the year, and that's that.
Okay. But,
all right. What about you, TPG?
Oh man, you know First off, I love how at one point you called me out for not playing the game. Motherfucker, are you for real?
My bad. I thought, it was ridiculous.
Collector's edition and everything. Okay, but no, to me, this was I agree with Cowboy. 10 out of 10. Holy shit, the acting was great. I even like the fact we got some of Joel's backstory. And the actor they got to play his father, funny enough, also going to be in Intergalactic, apparently, which is really nice.
Wow.
Yeah, and just like overall, this episode was like, yeah, if I were to stop watching, it'd be like the episode I want to stop watching on. I was crying. I cried.
That's why I'm gonna stop watching.
I cried physically and I cried eternally. You ever feel like you're kind of crying inside? That's how I felt. I was like, Jesus Christ. And Bella Ramsey, y'all can hate Bella Ramsey all you want, but you cannot deny this woman is a hell of a
Can I say something? Dude, whoever had the FCAT, you probably remember, whoever made the meme like a week or two ago of her as Buzz Lightyear, and then when they had her with the helmet on, I was like, bro, whoever made that meme is like, yo, stop playing. Oh, man.
10 out of 10 episode. Absolutely loved it. This is the end of Joel. We probably will never see Joel again, which means next week's episode is going to be very interesting where the future goes. So I'm excited for the next episode in the next season. Next season. Oh, the last.
What about you,
I thought the episode was the best of the season. While I don't quite think it was a 10 out of 10, I would give it probably about a 9 out of 10. It was really, really good. I hope. Well, I'm curious as how they're going to handle the next episode because there's a lot of content that they need to cover within the next episode.
Well, they're not doing all of part 2. In fact, they just actually confirmed that there will be a season 4 because they need to do more.
Well, speaking of that, bam! Check this out.
Well, yeah. Well, I was gonna say, it does seem like they want to end it with the Abby scene, like the Abby fight scene.
Right.
At least that's what it seems like it's gonna play out. There is a ton of content between what is like meeting up with Jesse and getting to that. Like, there's like a whole third of the not a whole third of the game, but there's like a chunk of game in between.
Dude, this game was long as hell. But yeah, so well, go ahead, Meager. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say because so far she's only met one of the entire crew, so far.
Yeah, by this point in the game, she already killed 3 of them.
Yeah, that's the thing is it feels like you're gonna have to
she
push.
Didn't kill one of them.
It feels like this season should have been 2 more episodes.
Yeah, so fun fact, I don't know if Cowboy has it, but also the same writer who said this also said that the next season might have to be a little bit longer. So I want to see more of Abby's side of the story.
Well, I was shocked when I watched the last episode and it says 1 episode left. I was like, what? Because the first season was 9 episodes, right?
Yes.
So they cut it down to 7. I thought that was strange. But it is what it is. We already knew that the next season was going to be the same game. So.
And we know Rude Eggs didn't watch it because Rude Eggs don't like anything good.
No, he said the game was so good he didn't feel he needed to watch the show, which is a great compliment. So, but all right, let me see if there's anything extra I want to read from Monkey Boy.
He
say he's going to dinner.
Yeah, good.
Good. I don't want Monkey Boy around anymore.
So I understand. This is not a PlayStation channel. What are you talking about? This is an equal opportunity.
Yeah, we're all giant PlayStation fanboys.
Switch 2 pre-orders sold out in minutes. I don't think they care about PC. But one thing about the Switch 2 I was getting on Purple about in the Discord is, Purple, you were making it like, oh, if you got a problem with the $80 games, just buy the bundle. And I actually pulled it up that in the fine print, it said that the bundle is limited and it will be phased out by the fall. So, people, they ain't going to be able to get that save that, that $50 or save the $30 because that bundle is going to be gone. But anyway.
Yeah, let's get into the PlayStation pack. The PlayStation's news. The Tony DFO says, previously we were focused on selling units. Now we're focused on engagement and MAU. This sounds familiar.
Yeah, because it's the measurement all companies are going with if they're in the software industry, which they are.
Yeah, but a certain Xbox did this recently too.
Okay. So.
So wait, explain this whole thing. So they're trying to measure what success is by what now?
No, you got the
Engagement
wrong screen
and-
up. What screen you have on right now?
I just
Gaming Without Limits up.
Gaming Without Limits. Play the game that interests you because you are a gamer. Monkey Boy, just so you know, this is not a PlayStation channel. But anyway, sorry.
Anyway.
So yeah, so Sony CFO Lin Tao on changes being made with SIE and also hardware price hike. So previously focus was on sales in units, but now the focus is on engagement and MAU, which drives profitability.
Yeah,
So
this is apparently their profit report or whatever. They also said because they're trying to avoid the price hike. They said they're going to move production of PS5s for the US, which doesn't make sense to me because you don't see sweatshops around here full of people putting chips into console.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
What but how are they gonna gauge how are they gonna figure out the engagement though? Like what are they?
When they say they're focusing on engagement and MAUs, that tells me they're focusing on PC. PC is the king of telling what the engagement and whether the game's gonna die or not, right?
Yeah, but PC is different. So PC gamers is totally different than like what fails, what succeed on a PC is different. Right. If you go to PC and you ask, well, what percent of
engagement and MAUs, it was horrible, right? On PC, especially on PC, and it died. And I mean,
can somebody else speak on this? Because I can't.
I really have no idea what the fuck this is about. Oh well, guess what? Sony's changing their metrics. Guess what? Like every other fucking corporation, guess they want their metrics to look good instead of bad.
Ponies forever have always been touted sales. Now it's you can't
listen,
have
man,
that.
Dude, if you're listening to fucking ponies for intelligence, you might as well be fucking yelling down a well and hoping to get a response. Like, come on, man. Listen, all these fanboys, Sony ponies, Xbots, wetards, as my friend calls them, dude, they're all stupid. Who cares about sales? Are the games good? If the game's good, that's what matters.
Well, no, I think the thing is though, no, FCAT point is that they did say they want to switch up and not look at game sales. So the question is, what does this mean? So Maker or Rudigs, you get what this is how they're going to judge engagement?
To me, it screams that, like that stat that we saw the other day where 50% of the PlayStation users were still on PS4. Like engagement is or MAUs is also including those PS4 users. It's including the PC users. If they start making mobile games, it's going to be the mobile users playing their games. So they're gonna, if their focus is on as many users as possible, it means they are probably looking forward to expanding, the amount of people that they want playing their games.
PC.
Yeah, PC. Probably faster releases on PC, and engagement is more like live service style games to keep people engaged and stuff of that nature. I mean, Marathon is coming out, and so is they've got like
no, it's not.
Bears and
It's not. We'll get into that.
and fair games. Lots of live space.
That's not
games.
coming out either, but we'll get into it.
Yeah, y'all have fun with that. I'm actually gonna dip and get some food. I'll catch.
All right, later, man.
See you.
All right, thanks, guys. For my guy, the maker of chaos, was in the building.
So Rudig's got nothing.
I mean, it sounds like they're just gonna focus on engagement. I mean, what you see with the Doom thing, where they said, "Oh, 3 million people have turned on Doom and played it." Maybe they're gonna say, "Hey, if other people are using those kind of metrics instead of people who actually purchase the game, then maybe we can throw that in and start throwing, 15 million people have turned on Ragnarok now that it's on, PS Plus, and start promoting those metrics." Because it seems like the rules are changing on how you can say your game is successful. If somebody turns it on because it's a free service for 2 minutes, it now counts as somebody, playing your game and part of their engagement numbers.
Well, yeah, because Seb just popped in. What's going on, Seb? Thanks for coming in. He said monthly MAU is monthly active user. So,
which you can only tell on Steam. Only Steam provides monthly active users.
I'm gonna need you to get outside of the internet. Hold up, real quick. I need you to get outside of the internet. For us consumers, Steam provides those. Sony knows what their own numbers are. You're talking as if we need to know what the monthly active users are. No, we don't need it. Sony said they're going to focus on that, not us. Steam tells us, but Sony don't tell us. Xbox don't tell us, but they know themselves. Right. So that would have nothing to do with PC because Sony knows what their active
all comes down to Steam is the ultimate decider of whether your game lives or dies.
Sometimes it's really hard to talk to you.
I'm just saying.
Let's
move on. Let's move on. So, just 4% of PS5, PS4 fans think that PS Plus Premium represents good value for money.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the 4%. I agree with the rest of the percentage because PlayStation Plus Premium's been fucking hot garbage for a while. Oh, hey, we might get 2 retro games. Cool. What else? You can stream games. Cool. What's that do for me?
Yeah, so Premium isn't really only good for the cloud gaming. So.
No, it's not. Like,
makes sense for mobile users. But other than that, as a console user, it's not that great of a feature. I'd get out of it at the end of my year. So that's my opinion of it.
Same thing. If I were to give anyone advice, I would probably just go extra. Because Extra is the one where they have a lot of the good stuff.
So with the stat,
here's my new opinion on the whole thing. You know what? I'm going to stop letting PlayStation and Microsoft curate my own library of games that I'm going to play. Because every time I get a game, I'm so much more invested in it than something that I've grabbed off of a subscription. So I'm going to slowly start shutting those off.
Rudix, you actually bring up a good point there. Like, does it actually mean more to us if we buy the game or if we're just borrowing it until they take it off the service or whatever?
I mean, Mr. Gamefly up here can't relate.
Wait. I gotta jump in there. So Rudigs, what you're saying is the Cowboy King of Entertainment. I know you don't have this in Canada, unfortunately, but I've been saying this for how long? I've been saying that, and some people get mad at me when I word it this way. I said, if you subscription gaming on Game Pass or PlayStation is good for gamers, hear me out when I repeat this, and people get mad. It's good for gamers that don't care what games they're playing. Just like Stadia Pro. I was saying it way back then. For people who just say, hey, what should I play? I have no clue. Like he said, they curate it for you. Well, I'll just flip through games and I guess this is what I play. But I've been saying it. The reason why I always tell Doc Dark that Gamefly for me is the best subscription because you actually choose what specific game you're playing. You don't just get for 400, 800 games to play and say, I mean, I guess I'll play this because it's in front of my face. No, you scroll through and say, that is what I want to play right now. And you get it and you send it back whether you like it or not. You like it? Cool, keep it and beat it. You play like Expedition 33. The world is like, it's amazing, I love it. I said, man, I want to check it out. I love turn-based. Back in the day, it was my thing. Now, I want to see, can it pull me in? Start playing it, I'm like, They added the Rudig stuff. They got perfect parries and jumps and dodges. I'm like, why is this in a turn-based? Guess what? I sent it back. You know what I'm getting next? Doom the Dark Ages. Now, Doom 2020 was my game of the year. Will I like this as much? I don't know. But with GameFly, I got to choose that specific game. I will play that game and I will send it back if I beat it, like it, or not. These subscriptions that just say, have at it. But what if they don't have the game that you like? Well, like Rudy said, they curate the games for you. I guess you just got to play what they give you. Just saying, on GameFly, 90% of the games that come to a console, whether it's Nintendo, Xbox, or PlayStation, is on GameFly. So I specifically get to say I want to play that game. I'm not playing your game where you curate it for me and you tell me I got these choices, and I think where Rudix was going is he just say, you know what, I'm gonna buy the game that I want. So I'm not playing your game, I'm playing the game I want. Well, similar to that, but I'm actually renting the game and I send it back. All right, I just had to say that. I'm done. I'm done.
But I think actually Rudix basically said it best, man. Like I think I'm at the point where I just don't even want to fucking listen to people talk about these subscription services. Like, dude, if I pay $80 for a game, I got the incentive to get the most out of that game. Like, I want to play that game. I want to platinum it. I want to 100% that because that's getting the maximum value out of that game. So
my only counter to that is, at that point, you're forcing yourself to play that game because you spent $80. So I don't think that's a plus either. Because now the time you're spending on the game because that game you might have played and beat and was like, okay, I don't care what platinum is. But now you are spending extra time. So you could literally been spending that time, you're forcing yourself to do something you technically wouldn't have, but you paid for it. You know what I mean? So
here's the other side of that coin is that if you get a game on subscription, you may not give it the appreciation that it truly deserves. So we're in a place now where you can't even tell what a game truly deserves because you're either getting it on a subscription. And when you get it like that, it's a throwaway. You're going to play a little bit and you don't really even try it, then you don't get into it. You throw it away.
My only counter to that is, Rudix, here's the difference. GameFly, I chose the one game model. So I only get one game at a time. What's cool with that is I don't have a million other games. I don't have, PlayStation give you 800 plus game, Microsoft give you 400 plus. And I'm like, well, as I'm playing this, maybe I should play that. Oh, Doom is out? Well, maybe I should play Expedition 33. Oh, maybe I should. No, I play one and I go to the next. So for me, I usually play one story game at a time, right? That's the game I'm trying to beat. And then I'm playing like Monster Hunter or games that would be multiplayer where I'm playing with people. So for me, I actually get to do what you said. I get to focus on one game. I get to enjoy that one game. I get to play that one game. I get to beat that one game. And then I get to send that one game back. And then I get to choose the next game. Now, sometimes after I beat a long story game, I'm like, dude, I don't even want to play another game that's going to make my brain think. I just want to play something that's going to be a racer or something like that. So, I don't know everybody don't have access to GameFly, but I do, unfortunately, or fortunately for me. So I just want to say, like, it is a bit different. Now, yes, I got to wait for it to come in the mail. That's the thing. Doom came out, last Thursday or whatever it was? I'm still waiting for it to come in the mail. But guess what? I will get to play it, beat it, or maybe I won't like it and send it back. So, but again, that's what I've been saying. You get Game Pass, and again, it's going to be Game Pass, PlayStation Plus, whatever. They're going to be great for the gamers who don't really care what they're playing. Now, maybe it'll be a game that you was waiting for. Maybe you're a diehard Xbox guy and you're like, oh, I'm going to get all these games. Then that's going to work out perfect for you. But if for a gamer that's like, okay, I want this game or that game, and it might be a third-party game that's not going to be on a subscription, you are probably going to spend your money on that third-party game, and at the time, you're not even going to be playing the games on your subscription because those aren't the games that you care to play. And then you're going to be, I mean, it is what it is. If you're not utilizing something, you're kind of wasting the money, right? So, anyways.
Yeah, so bring up a TPG thing.
Okay.
Before we get into the spicy stuff, because
and I just wanted to say,
I actually want to talk about this because I was just playing it.
Well, hold up. I just want to say, and now your mama knows. So, TPG, you want me to pull up the Helldivers? Is that it?
Yeah.
I want to talk about because, like, hey man, this game just somehow keeps kicking life into itself.
Really?
Man, I gotta say that is
I
cool.
was playing it earlier and found nobody.
Really?
You have
F-Cat bullshit.
Found nobody.
You have people like F-Cat that will tell you that this game is dead.
I had to complete the mission by myself on Super.
Well, just
you guys believe them? So yeah, so check it out. So Helldivers 2 Fight Back on the Streets of Super Earth is in major PS5 PC update. So I'll play the trailer. I watched the trailer earlier, and I mean I still want to check it out, but I think it's cool that they're adding stuff. And Super Earth was a big deal, and for them now to have you being attacked on Super Earth.
Super Earth has been invaded. The illuminate scourge lays waste to hallowed ground.
Just let them destroy
cities in ruins.
We don't care anymore.
Families torn apart. Flags disrespectfully soiled. Billions of votes have already been lost. Could this be the end of managed democracy? Not today.
It's taken over, right?
Now is the time for full mobilization. Every defender of peace, rally to arms. We will turn our streets into our battlefield. Our playgrounds into our theater of war. We will form the clenched fist of democracy and show them what true freedom is. Disciplined, armed, and absolute. Join the fight. Super Earth needs you.
Yeah, nobody's fighting.
Okay,
I just went to go check the Steam charts right now, and it's over 125,000. So I don't know what you're talking about, Afghan.
Yeah, like literally, dude. You're just, dude.
I can't find anywhere yet, and I have all crossplay. Crossplay is on and everything. Is like found nobody.
Can I ask this question here? Why can't other live servers be like that? They have a big and major update, and they actually, like, put out a pretty decent damn trailer to get you excited for it.
Destiny
and have a story to tell. Dude, you're really gonna get on me. Dude, fuck Destiny.
Hey, some people like Destiny, man.
Oh man, those people need to be committed to the fucking asylum.
I was a big fan of Destiny for many years, man. Let me answer Seth's question. Seth said, what if a game doesn't get a physical release, Anthony? Then that game just won't be on GameFly. So the thing is this. I'll ask you a question. Name a game that didn't get a physical release that I was missing out because it didn't come to GameFly.
Yeah, so Violet's not coming to physical.
What game? Oh, my God.
Oh, man. 30 FPS.
Was Hi-Fi Rush? FPS. That wasn't a physical release, right?
Yeah.
Hi-Fi Rush.
That one too.
I think it did. Is it physical on PlayStation?
What?
I don't know. I think you probably have to get it through that third
Well,
party.
let me put Sev on Front Street. Hey Sev, you did say in the Discord that Purple was wrong. That you said she was dead wrong because the ABK deal still went through. And I tried to tell you that she said if they changed it, then she, I said, technically she was still right. He was like, no, no, no. So I know you and Purple was having a little conversation, but, you guys might want to talk about that. Damn, Concord isn't on Gamefly. That sucks.
Oh, darn. But they Concord.
No, Concord.
I'm not saying Gamefly is the end all be all. It's something I've been using since 2008, and it's just been good for me. It helped me play games that I thought, like Expedition 33. I was talking on and on about that game. You guys, FCAT or other people, I thought I was gonna love it, and I was, I would have bought that game if there was no such thing as Gamefly, and I'd have been really pissed, And I sent that game back after like 2 days of having it, So, just saying. Anyway.
So, Cowboy, are you ever gonna stream Helldivers 2 again?
So I actually said last week, I don't think I'm gonna do my Tuesday stream anymore. I think instead of me streaming a game, like kind of like a community or getting together with people, I should rather just play with people. One, I think it's counterintuitive. Like usually when I'm playing a Monster Hunter, a lot of people aren't watching, and the people who are watching, they don't want to join anyway. So and then there's some times where some of my personal friends are playing, right? It's me, my son, my friend Rich, and he kind of like one day he was like, "Oh, you want to tell me something?" I was like, "Wait, you're still streaming, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." So he's like, "Never mind, I can't say it right now." And I feel like we could have just been playing all them hours and me not streaming. You know what I mean? And then we could have just been like really bonding or laughing and joking versus streaming and nobody's really watching anyway. I think now, granted, I don't want my channel to be like, "Oh, I'm trying to make money" or stuff like that. But certain stuff doesn't. I have to say like, okay, well, something makes sense or don't make sense. So like, I know people like to watch this. I know people like to watch, the vlogs. I know people, I know certain stuff that people would like. I do certain stuff for me, but I thought streaming on Tuesday nights would be more of a community thing where people will watch and be like, "I got the game, I'll play." It didn't turn out to that. So, and why I streamed, man, I probably did it for like, I don't know. Well, since Monster Hunter came out, I think I only missed like 3 weeks. But
so basically the same logic I came to is like live stream.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep, exactly what you did. Yeah, and I commend you for that.
Let's get into the spicy stuff, guys.
Let's get into the spicy stuff. Oh, wait. Before we get into the spicy stuff, let me just get to see if there's anything else in the chat I want to talk to. You say that Rue digs, but not many people threw away Clear Obscure after playing on Game Pass. Let me see. Isn't that dead too? Let me see. And right now I'm playing Dredge, which I would have never played without Game Pass. Let me see. Expedition 32 is going to be fire. Let me see. I don't think Game Pass is a problem. I also think with all the price gouging, the industry is making it more and more powerful by day. Yeah, I don't have a problem with Game Pass at all. I think it's great for some people. Let me see. Luna Plus, baby. All right. Somebody's still playing Luna. You can't really be upset about people running to a subscription service like Game Pass when all these companies keeps raising prices. Eventually, you do price people out the market. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, listen, I always would back up Game Pass and any of the subscriptions. I think it's great for people, again, who don't really care what they play. Or the people, at least on Xbox, that the Xbox games are coming out. So let's say they do a showcase. You're like, "Oh, snap, that's coming out." Well, guess what? It's going to be day and date in the subscription. So I think that's great. See, why should gamers care about Steam charts? Did Alan Wake 2 get a physical release? Alan Wake 2 didn't in the beginning, but it did. It is on GameFly now. But yeah, honestly, I never played Alan Wake 1. So there's that. Let me see, and I hope it stays well for you, Anthony. And GameFly is always there for you. They seem to be wanting to kill off physical media, though, so maybe not. We'll see. The thing with me is, what's up, CMG? I don't have a problem. Listen, I'm like, Bruce Lee said, "Be water." That's me, right? I'm gonna go with the flow guy, right? Dude, I will get the biggest, best PC if they say there's no such thing as a console. I don't have a problem. I would learn. It's like the dude said, hey, if you're really a fan of something, $80 games won't bother you. It wouldn't bother me, right? Because if that's all I had and I really was a fan, I'll do it, right? If Nintendo was the only way to play and there was little low budget graphics they got, I would be playing Nintendo. Like, so I'm not one of those people where I'm going to fight. Like, I hear some people say, if subscription was the only way to play gaming, I would stop gaming. I'm like, what? One, it would be cheaper. And two, all the games would be on a subscription. So yeah, I'm not one of those people. So I'll go with the flow.
One thing, Cowboy, you might have to upgrade your PC for streaming.
Upgrade my what?
For streaming.
My stream?
Yeah, for streaming. Like, you might have to upgrade what you have for streaming one day.
Oh,
but,
you know what's crazy? So I think my laptop's gonna live for a long time. One, I only use this. I don't even stream on OBS anymore. So that OBS actually uses the hardware. This is cloud streaming. So technically, I feel like I don't even use my PC. I turn my PC on once a week to cloud stream this show for a few hours, and that's it. Like, I'm not doing anything that's really weathering my.
My little piece of shit laptop does the same thing. Me and you did the same thing for a while. I was hosting a little podcast on this exact service, and it's like it barely uses anything as far as like power. But
because it's coming from the cloud, so it's literally barely. And mind you, my gaming laptop, I mean, I got it in 2020, but this is a 2060 RTX that barely ever got used. I never played a game on it. The only thing I've ever downloaded on it was OBS and the NVIDIA broadcasting app. So it literally is still like, it gets it barely gets used.
It barely gets kicked in the butt to do something.
Right.
So I think I'm good for a pretty good while.
Like a car that goes on cruise instead going full throttle.
All right, so let's move to the next. Oh, wait. Let me see. Hold up. Let me just see. TMG
$80.
Hold up. I'm a fan, but I'm not paying $80, so maybe I'm not a big enough fan. Well, because you're a PC guy and you'll just pirate the game, so it's all good. I'm not paying $100 for GTA. Seth said I'm not paying $80 for Mario Kart. And Seth said it makes no sense to do those things. People also keep making these stupid arguments about supporting the devs. FYI, though, you are supporting the publisher, not the developers. Contact pay doesn't change. Yeah, for me, I'm not really supporting anybody. I'm just buying whatever I want. And if you make money off it, cool. That's like me going to McDonald's. I didn't specifically want to support the person in the drive-through, but I'm just buying McDonald's because that's what I want to eat. So.
Okay, I got laughed at this fucking first part of this article already.
I know the Cowboy. Oh my god.
All right, so Jane Raven leaves Haven Studio 4 years after finding the company. Well, she couldn't take the company with her, so that was going to be an issue. You know what I mean? They got bought by
look into this chick's past. She has always started shit and then never stayed around to finish it.
I said that earlier. I said she was with Ubisoft. She was with Stadia. I mean, Stadia wasn't her fault because they shut down SG&E. But at the end of the day, I'm not taking anything away from anybody. Anybody has the right to change their mind. And so whatever wasn't happening, because I was reading this a little bit, so it seems like she probably wasn't liking the direction of the game that they was working on. But it is strange to be the founder of the company and leave, though.
Yeah, so they play tested fair game. They were like, "No, this ain't gonna fly," and she walked out.
Yeah, these are the people working on Fair Games, by the way, Evans. And yeah, again, another golden Sony live service game. Man, can we please stop with this shit?
And now,
at least now they're getting the input that they need. You know, they let Concord go do its thing without any input, and now they're getting other people's input on these games, and they're like, yeah, this is good or this is not good.
Oh,
so no, what's crazy?
So I've heard across the board from all these live service games, a lot of feedback is, why the hell are you doing this? Come on.
So I was gonna say, I'm telling you, you can look at my channel. 30 days before the Marvel Avengers came out, I made a video and I was like, man, this game should not be a live service game. And I stated all the reasons why. And literally being a live service game is the reason why it died. Like, what happened to just making a campaign and then you beat the game and you unlock a multiplayer mode, right? Or even The Last of Us. Look at The Last of Us Part 1, that factions mode or whatever it was called back then, right? Everything has to be, it lives forever. And the problem with that is you have to be clever enough to keep the people wanting to play it, because you're essentially saying, I'm going to keep giving you this in order for you to give me this. But once you stop giving this, nobody's giving that. And so it's tricky to keep these games going and going and going. So what's your thoughts, Rudy? You haven't said anything in a while. And we know you're not eating.
Well, I mean, listen, as a Canadian, I wouldn't trust anyone from Montreal. But it seems like everywhere Jade Raymond goes, a company goes down. Like you said, Ubisoft, Stadia, and now Fair Games. I think she has an aggressive vision that may not mesh with shareholders or where the profits or where certain directions need to go. Maybe she needs to find a new business leadership that will let her really see out her vision. But I'm not there in the boardrooms to really see what's going on. But it seems like things are crashing and burning when she leaves them.
Yeah. And to touch upon what Evans here talks about, the few live service issues. Yeah, man, I gotta be real. There are very few success stories in the live service game department, and guess what? Most of them are free. So why are these companies charging for games that should be free? Oh, because they want to make money. Well, yeah, that doesn't work so well. Ask Concord how that worked. Charging $50 for that bullshit.
Well, I think it was a discount Helldivers.
40 or 50.
Helldivers has the benefit of the gameplay being good. Meanwhile, you got these, what they call them, abstraction shooters, hero shooters, stuff like that. It's like, dude, those are done. Helldivers is special because it's not fit. It doesn't fit into those categories.
Helldivers special.
It is special.
Well, Helldivers.
Played the first Helldivers.
So here's the thing. One thing, Helldivers isn't PvP. So that's what makes Helldivers different. Helldivers, you literally play with people to go against enemies, computer characters. So that's almost like just a multiplayer game. So it's live service in a sense. Yeah, they're going to keep adding stuff like they keep doing. And they keep adding it for free, which is crazy. But, they got microtransactions that you could buy in the game just to upgrade your, the way your character looks and stuff like that. So I think that is a good model. I don't have a problem with. Say that again, Rudix.
The money buys you more than looks. I mean, you can earn the money in game by grinding it out, but it is a long way to go for one of these. But it does unlock different guns, different upgrades, like different stuff altogether.
And the great thing is, again, you don't play against other people. So what would it matter if, that's like me, hey, why'd you pay $130 for the WWE game? Now you're going to get these characters I can't get. We all got finisher moves. We all got, it's no difference, right? Besides, your character looked different. Oh, you got that character, and I don't. But, so it's not like it's going to, in Helldivers, what you're paying for is going to help you beat somebody else, right? There's no pay to win, so.
Yeah, you never played with FCAP before, though. He's playing against. He plays PvP.
So as far as the whole Jay Raymond thing goes, this girl has never finished a project. Every time she starts one, I'm sorry, I don't know why people glorify her. And there are people out there saying like, "Oh, this means Sony's irrelevant." I'm like, how does Ethan Faraday or this studio do? It's just like, Jesus Christ, man. Just everything's bad. Everything's negative. Everything's the worst it's ever been. That's the mindset of the world.
So I'm going to break it down. So from prior knowledge from Stadia, she advertised a game that was cloud only, like 1 terabyte or 100 terabyte file size or whatever. Right. Something crazy like that.
No,
and
this is what she
then
said.
and then
She
if
said,
she
hold
needs
up.
clothes, then
FCAT, this is
all of
what
a
she said.
sudden, right?
She said that they were working on a game that's 1,000 gigs, and at the time there was no game that was near 1,000 gigs.
Right.
Now maybe
Right.
you know, with Call of Duty mixed with Warzone and the latest one might be close, but
That's 100.
you know, so everybody thought, okay, that game got to be a
Right.
cloud game because you know they were, you know, so. Unfortunate, we'll probably never see that game. Now, at this point, I was still hoping Fair Games was going to be some type of cloud game, but I don't think it is now.
That is it. Fair Games was it. Fair Games was supposed to be that game that was supposed to come to Stadia first.
Yeah, but we never heard concrete evidence on that. Though.
But
So,
I mean,
what's this
so she
girl's
went from
big claim
Stadia
to
to
fame?
Create Haven, and we got Fair Games, which is classified
Yeah,
as
but
a
listen.
PvP heist game,
Okay,
which
but
is like
just
Payback.
answer this to me. What is her claim
Payday.
to fame? What is the big thing that she is known for? That
No,
apparently
her claim to fame. But you gotta give her credit. Her claim to fame is the first 3 Assassin's Creed. She was the main person behind it. I mean, Assassin's Creed and listen. There's few games in gaming, right? You're gonna hear of a God of War. You're gonna hear of Halo. You're gonna hear of Gears of War. You hear of you know, Forza, Gran Turismo. There's certain games that gamers will know for eternity. Assassin's Creed is one of them. So you kind of gotta. You can't just brush her under the rug like she's nothing.
Oh, no,
So the first,
it's like if she hasn't had a hit in years, it's like, well, why do?
no, I get that, but listen, more people heard of Assassin's Creed than her. Somebody be like, "What the hell has she got to do with anything?" And you'd be like, "Assassin's Creed." You'd be like, "Oh, damn!" Right? You know. So I don't really.
Not only that,
Only
more
the
gamers
first one.
have heard of Assassin's Creed. People in boardrooms giving companies money have heard of Assassin's Creed. So that's where her power comes in.
Correct.
And not to mention, she did Star Wars Battlefront 2,
Yep.
Far
God,
Cry, Watch Dogs, Splinter Cell. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give her credit for Watch Dogs. That's actually a pretty good one for the most part.
Yeah, she definitely should get, like, if you're into that stuff. I used to never know the names of any of these people. So if you're into the names and stuff, she definitely has a name in gaming, right? I wouldn't take her lightly in gaming. But yeah, as far as your point, what has she done lately? So I mean, that's what we can ask our wives, girlfriends, and you know, anybody who asks you for something. Well, what have you done lately? And lately, well, you know, we was hoping to see that game. Now, what I like to think, and FCAT, to your point, what we don't know is what she was working on SG&E, Stadia Games Entertainment. Did they keep that? So you can't just say that game that was coming off SG&E is the Sphere Games, because maybe it isn't. Because maybe once they shut that down, she wasn't able to keep that stuff. Maybe that's property of Google. And so that game she was working on with Haven Studios, maybe that was a whole new game altogether, and it won't be.
No, we got the game on Stadia the last week, the Worms game, right?
No, that wasn't the game.
Yeah,
though.
that was the only. Well,
That was
one
Jade
and,
Raymond's baby child. What are you talking about?
That wasn't the 1,000. Hey, Bruce, you think that game was 1,000
the
gigs?
only first party games on Stadia was the Worms one and the what's the one with the
Outcasters.
Yeah, Outcasters. That
Right.
grant.
Right.
That was the other one.
But they had some games that came to Stadia and never got a chance to go anywhere else, right? Did Pixel Junk Raider finally get to go somewhere else?
No.
Right? I think that pretty much died.
I think that's the only one that died with Stadia still. Is Pixel Junk Raiders, because Pac-Man came over the other things.
Right.
And
So what was that one about the Super Bomber Man? That came over too. Yeah.
And the one with the girl, Glit or whatever.
Yep. Ooh. Yeah. What was that called again? I had bought that too.
That one.
I forgot what it was called. It's called like GY.
Guilt. Yeah, Guilt.
Yeah, Gil. Thanks, Rudy. Oh, look. See, David Wilson's like, hold up. They talking about Stadia? They said Outcasters died with Stadia. Yep, a couple of games did. Dodge Man's in the building. Assassin's Creed Shadows is fire. That's cool, man. Let me see. Jade Raymond or Sarah Bonds. Who you got? Who y'all got? Jade Raymond or Sarah Bonds?
Sorry, I'm on Twitter right now. I'm looking at some
I don't.
stuff.
I don't know much about Sarah Bond, so I'll go with Jay
got a
Raymond.
job, so I guess Sarah Bond. He's got a job right
Oh.
now.
I guess Neil
I'm gonna
Druckmann
rep
actually
Canada
said
and
who-
say Jade Raymond.
I guess Neil Druckmann has said that he's actually not mostly in charge of Intergalactic when he's not around. Nice.
Honestly, I got high hopes for that game. I think it's going to be a hit. I think so. For me, right? When I think of what PlayStation became, right? Naughty Dog definitely led the charge for PlayStation. For me, all the Nathan Drakes, the Uncharted, I thought was good. Gameplay, graphics. They always had that first fight is like some big epic thing going on. In gaming, when I think of like those whoa moments, part 2, when you're on the train and it's falling off the edge of the cliff, that scene was amazing. You go to Last of Us and the story, and I think Naughty Dog is not to be messed with as far as a gaming studio.
Yeah.
And I don't like to really get into like, oh, well, it's a PlayStation game, so it's going to be amazing, or it's made by Naughty Dog. But
let's be real. There are 2 leaders in the video game industry, and they're called Rockstar and Naughty Dog. They make games. You're going to pay attention. Your ears are perking up.
Well,
but I feel like Grand Theft Auto, if we being honest,
that's you, Cowboy.
The last The last
Grand Theft Auto is still selling 5 million copies every 3 months, like 13
I know, that's
years after
insane,
release.
man.
Well, here's the thing. Because your kids finally get older, right? And their parents let them play it. They always seen their older brother, older sister play it. Now it's on, it's not only on, it's on everything, right? So they got a version for, think about it, right? People who played it on something else, right? Maybe I got this as a gift, and now I'm just reaching here. Now I got this as a gift. Now I grew up and I got my own job, and now I got a PlayStation 5, so I'm gonna buy the PlayStation 5 version. Oh, I got my own job and I got a PlayStation 4. I'm gonna buy the PlayStation 4 version. And now it's on PC. Like they put that game on everywhere. They prostituted this game everywhere, and at the end of the day, it's still popular.
One of the prostitutes in the game.
It's still popular. So I just don't know why, but I guess I need to play the online more to see what that's all about.
It's the branding. It's the branding and just Rockstar's reputation.
Right.
I honestly believe this right now. If Red Dead 2 didn't hit as hard as it did, I don't think we'd be waiting this long for GTA 6. I think Red Dead 2 has carried them to where they're at now.
That's a fair shout, but it didn't win Game of the Year.
No, but it should have.
Y'all keep mentioning Naughty Dog, and I gotta show y'all the reason.
I found something. I just wanted to. I wish that we could talk about it.
There's a reason why The Last of Us Online died, and it's for Marathon. But unfortunately, Marathon. But yeah, I don't know.
God of War
saying
should not have won that year. Red Dead Redemption was a superior game.
Yes,
were y'all saying fair games?
I disagree.
Fair games and Marathon. Cowboy, you were saying fair games and Marathon's going to come out. I don't think they are. I think they're both.
I think it's getting delayed.
So let me ask you this: here's the thing. Remember, hold up, FCAT, wasn't you one of the people that was thinking Concord would come back as free to play?
Yes.
And I said that was going to happen. So here, listen.
Well, they were working on it. They were doing it. They were going to do it, but then Sony
y'all gotta have patience. We're gonna get nowhere if y'all can't have patience. Just let me finish my thought real quick. What I think is what your assumption was that they would bring Concord back free to play. I think this game might make it, but maybe they just might make this free to play, right? So maybe this game will come out. They're talking about engagement. So what if they can do an overhaul or pay this guy money and then keep his artwork, right? And then they bring the game out and they make it free to play. So that way the game still comes out. That way you don't feel like, okay, you pay, because the people who are doing a play test, I think it isn't that good, but maybe it's that good for free to play. And I'll say that. But go ahead.
So it's a chick artist. that they stole from, and it's pretty much it. And a lot of people are minimizing it, and they're like, "Oh, it's just a couple textures, a couple images, or whatever." No, it's the entire game.
Yeah, it's all in the game.
It's everywhere. It's the color scheme. It's the vibe. It's everything in the game, and she could get full credit.
No, but here's the thing. The game either is going to come out with all her stuff, and that means they would have paid her off, or the game's going to come out and it won't have all her stuff. That's it. It's two choices. They're not going to not bring the game out. Like, listen, they built the game and they put this, they copied and pasted her stuff all over. Don't act like they can't just change that.
This is the same situation. Insomniac is having trouble with Wolverine. The game got leaked, and they have to go rework the entire game now.
Oh, you know what I don't understand is why they do that. Just because the game got leaked, I don't know. Like, you want to change what people seen? Is that why? Because I don't understand that. Like, okay, so what? People see trailers of games, right? And then you still got to play the game. So if people watch a game review of somebody beating the game and still play the game. So I don't understand why you need to rework something because somebody's seen unfinished version. They didn't get to play and see the whole game. That I don't understand. I never understood that.
Sorry, like a complete overall marathon, like. Of course, it would get delayed. But
so my thing is,
so
I'm willing to think changing, pictures on the walls and stuff, might be easier than, recreating a character or something, right? Because really, that stuff is just kind of like a layer on. Not that I've ever did any game development, but I'm willing to bet that's easier than that shouldn't be as hard.
Brother, it's just over for Marathon. That's
what I'm saying. Cowboy's like, oh yeah, it's gonna come out. It's gonna be good. I'm like, Cowboy, all customers.
When did I say it was gonna be good? When did I say it was gonna be good? I didn't say it was gonna be good. I don't know how to.
Look, all customer, like everybody, like we lost trust. Like consumer trust, like that's a big deal.
I still think there's people who are in the know and there's people that's not in the know. There's going to be people that I swear I could call up right now and they'd be like, "What? Like who?" They have no. Like, some people have no clue what's going on with this behind the scenes stuff. So we think that when we do these shows and stuff and we're in the Discord all day, we think everybody on the planet is talking about the same stuff. That's not the case. There's gamers that have no clue who Jade Raymond is. There's gamers that have never heard of Haven Studio. There's gamers that had no clue about...
There's average shows out on YouTube or Twitter
it's done.
that doesn't know Marathon has all kind of controversy.
I think it's going to do great.
Rudex, come on, man. Come on.
I'm with Cowboy on this. There are so many people who don't pay attention to this and just know Destiny and then just jump to the next thing. Okay, so like Marathon is going to pull in a bunch of people who are looking for something new on Destiny and they're going to be interested. If you looked at the alpha, people were going crazy. Like, this is all just a bunch of talk. It's all over. It has to be top 5.
No. I heard it from.
Well, and listen. Wait, guys. Rude's literally haven't said nothing in a while. Can he finish his full thought?
Never.
I think you're right in which they're going to have to make a pretty good offering to get people to pay for it. But if they change face and put it free to play, I really think Marathon is going to do more than just fine. Like, a lot of people are going to want to get onto this. A lot of people are going to want to move on from Destiny, who have been loyal to Bungie, who don't pay attention to all of this noise. And that's why everybody refers to Destiny 2 as the pinnacle of MMOs. Why everything is a Destiny 2 killer is because they're great at what they do.
Yep. You got a great point. As much as people talk smack and turn their back on Destiny, like you, F-Cat, but you'll be quick to say, "Is this a Destiny killer?" Listen.
Yeah, but
Rudix, that's why I love when Rudix speak, man.
The thing is, the same people who outside of Twitter and YouTube, they also bought Concord, and guess what? They had a non-playable game that they had no clue was shutting down in 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying?
Because it would have literally cost more to keep servers going than they were making.
To be fair, we haven't seen something like that happen on a console. Like, I'm sure that happens on PC all the time. We haven't seen nothing like this happen. Like, I can't remember the last game that came out and got shut down 2 weeks after it came out. You know what I mean? So
it's never happened on console.
And to be fair, I mean, who knows how like loyal Bungie was to their competitors? Oh, you're coming out with the shooter too? Yeah, that looks great. Put it out on the market. Haha, suckers. Now that's going to be more Sony budget for Bungie. You know, you never know what's happening inside of internal politics. Perhaps the guy from Firesprite or whatever that company slept with some developer's wife and they're trying to axe them. Like, Bungie has been causing chaos in Sony. I mean, they axed The Last of Us Part 2 multiplayer. Who knows what kind of, like, Halo revenge stuff they're running in there.
I'm in the camp that Bungie actually saw that and realized The Last of Us was a big IP. I think they told Naughty Dog not to do this, The Last of Us multiplayer, so that they wouldn't actually have competition. I mean, come on, man. I know that sounds like a conspiracy theory, but doesn't that sound like something Bungie would do? The current Bungie.
I don't know. I never worked with Bungie.
I think they played it and they were like, nah, this ain't it.
Yeah, except for the fact that it would have been more popular than Marathon. It would have been more popular than Destiny 2.
So real quick, let me real quick, David Wilson, I just want to go to the chat real quick. David Wilson made the claim that he is the last Stadia champion. Vet is in the building. He said Sony did a great job killing Bungie. He said Bungie is dead. He said Bungie is as good as Concord. And he said, is this a pony show? No, you actually used the pony show with Maker Chaos and what's his name? Dr. Spaceman and Ray and all them. Let me see. Cowboy, do you think Xbox is a viable option today or not? I do think Xbox, listen, the fact that Xbox would allow you to have Game Pass. So here's the thing. Let's say you buy Xbox, right? And you say, oh, okay, I'm going to get into Xbox. What do they have to offer? Get an Xbox, get Game Pass, and all of their first-party games is included plus more. It's a steal. You know, so if you didn't know where to go on gaming, like actually I was talking to Room, and somebody had a question on here. It might have been you. And you, Emin, and you asked us, what would you choose if you were just getting into gaming, PlayStation or Xbox? I said Xbox because if you didn't know, right? If you didn't know you was missing out on some of the Sony titles, then, dude, they're older anyway. Just get an Xbox. It'll get you into gaming. And, I mean, you know, the fact that they're raising the price of the console might be hard, but get an Xbox, get Game Pass, you'll be good. That's my opinion. Now, Room was like, bro, how could you not tell your friends they are missing out on these good Sony titles and they could get Sony PlayStation Plus? That is true, but I still want to say I hold a lot of weight to day and date games because let's say you did get PlayStation and you did get PlayStation Plus and you was able to play the old God of Wars and the old Uncharted or whatever, right? But then you want to play Doom Eternal or Doom the Dark Ages, right? That game is going to be $70, whereas you could have got that game in Game Pass. You know, now if Game Pass didn't do day and date games, I would probably push you to PlayStation. But I hope that answers your question. And now your mom knows. That said, yes, it is, Armin. He said, why wouldn't it be?
He's trying to get in. Let me just run through these right quick. So vibes have never been worse in Bungie. Everything's been in a free fall ever since the death claims. Then Bungie leadership ignored Marathon devs' repeated warnings and PvE requests. They apparently, the higher ups, who they call the old guards, or the good boys, who know better apparently ignored all the feedback, and they were like, "Oh, we're Bungie. We could still come out with this game, and people will buy it." Ex-Bungie dev says Marathon leadership was extremely toxic and humiliating to work with, and the Bungie leadership needs to be gutted completely. Damn.
What, Marathon?
No, the company, the Bungie company, like, within the company itself. We're talking about that. So, as far as Marathon, they're claiming that Marathon needs to break into the top 5 NPT of sales this year to be considered a success.
So, FCAT, is wokeness okay in gaming, but not okay in making a game? Is that what you're saying?
No, no.
Hey, maybe Rudy's know something. They said it was super toxic, so he might know that somebody slept with somebody's wife or something. I don't know. Rudy's might be on something.
Bungie's exploding from the inside with all kind of controversy and stuff. But
people are writing about it, but it seems like maybe people are just trying to apply today's standards of wokeness to this company. You know, we really don't know. Let them cook. Let them cook, man. Like, there's so many people commenting and trying to tear down. But you know why they're trying to tear them down? Because they're at the top.
There's that too, because Bungie is pretty liberal or democratic.
All right, let me take a break on this.
Do y'all believe Marathon will actually break into top 5 MPT?
No, but I don't know why Marathon has to do that to be a success. That makes no sense at all. Why wouldn't Marathon, which is a $40 game, right, has to do that? If that's the case, then any triple A that you need is like, why? All right, but with that being said, let's bring in none other than this guy. And he is the man of all men. And I had to put a spotlight on in my video earlier. But coming up is Vet Rage Gaming. Vet. Yo, what's up, Vet?
What's up, buddy?
Man, you here to start some chaos.
Hey. Look, that's my job. I mean, somebody's got to. Look, I had to put somebody in their fucking place in your Discord. I got to put FCAT back in his place every once in a while because, look.
Yeah. Hey, you have to, bro.
Well, look, it's not my fault that, some people know where to get their news. They actually fact check the stuff the links that they share. Some people don't use AI to get all their answers because they don't actually know anything. I don't want to name names or throw anybody under the bus. Sorry, Severin. But bro, come on now. Maybe not use AI. I mean, we all know that AI isn't the best. And where does AI get their information? Hold on. Where's AI get their information from? That's right, from us, from the people that utilize it. The more that's how it learns. So.
You got a point because I did make a video. I was shocked when I was asking AI something. I didn't realize AI was that wrong. And I was actually asking it something, and it was straight up like, no. And I was like, okay. And somebody was like, what? And I was like, wait, this is wrong.
I'm just saying, like, you can literally ask the same question on ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, and I don't know, I guess Grok, and you're going to get 4 different answers. And they're all supposed to know everything because, the all-seeing, eye knows all of that. But still, I'm just saying, Bungie's dead. I mean, just like, what's that game that's getting? Borderlands. That's another one that's dead. Borderlands.
Wait. Hold on. Explain the Borderlands. So I've never been a Borderlands fan. My son and my stepson used to play it. What?
I'm not either, but I shared some links. I did fact check because apparently it's been getting review bombed like crazy on Steam. Like they just destroyed the ratings. Now it went from positive to like mixed within hours on all of them. So I don't know the answer. That is correct, but I don't know all of the answers.
Well, because I've seen some people just trying to say that was the new Destiny. But I didn't know. I guess I don't know if that's a good thing or a
Yeah,
bad
I'd
thing.
have to look. I'd have to look it up, or I'm sure Maker. He don't work actually. I mean, he might claim he works, doing stuff, but really he just plays video games and shares information that he, to make himself look smart.
That's Maker.
I'm sure he'll post the stuff in the chat. But I did want to say there was some breaking news while I was sitting here. Well, within the last hour, that Fortnite is now back on Apple. It returns to the U.S. app stores after 5 years. So, and just immediately went to the #1 slot on the iOS App Store.
Yeah, I think
because
just the other day they were saying that that was supposed to happen.
It was supposed to, but the judge they took it off the App Store. Then they removed it off the Epic Games Store and wouldn't allow the Epic Games Store on there. And then the judge intervened yesterday and basically said, either add it back now or we'll see you back in court. And I better have a damn good explanation as to why you're violating. Like the EU thing was the one that killed them by removing the Epic Games Store. That one shot him in the foot with that. So they had no chance on that one.
All right, let me bring the boys back on. So definitely thanks for joining. And bam.
I can't let it. We can't have a full pony show. I mean, this is just unheard of. You got to have somebody that actually knows more about, that utilizes all of the services.
I don't know, Vet.
Let's be real. We all know, like I listened to your response on the is Xbox dead or can it compete? Like, which would you choose? We all know that. Look, I love the PlayStation 5 Pro is great. It's a great device. It's great for those games, but it doesn't hold a red candle, if you will, to Game Pass. You like how I use the red candle reference?
So wait, you're comparing a console to Game Pass?
No, the games, because the console is nothing without games. Correct? Let's be real. If I bought a Series X or I bought a PS5 or a PS5 Pro, if it had 0 games, what good is it? It's $600, $700,
Yeah, but my counter.
Well, here's the thing: the games that I can install from Game Pass on my PC, my handheld device, the Series X, whatever it is, outweigh anything that Sony can offer. Because if I go head-to-head on subscriptions, what does PlayStation Plus Premium have that can compete with that can make it better than Game Pass? I want this panel to answer that one because y'all are ponies.
So
you guys should clearly answer that. But go.
So I'll definitely take the stand and then we go our room. So what Room was saying, right? So I agree with you because I just hold more value to day and date games because that means you save me more money. But if I went by quality of games, I would have to go with PlayStation. So if you told me I would hear me out. If you told me I could only ever play Halo, Gears of War, Forza, what's the South of Midnight, blah blah blah, or I could only ever play God of War, Last of Us, Uncharted, Resistance: Fall of Man, I would be like, oh, bro, that's an easy choice, but. Again, that's just because I feel those games, to me, versus those games, hold more weight. But if we're going
I didn't know this when this console generation started. I ended up buying an Xbox. It was called a PS5.
Isn't that sad though that you bought a Sony product, yet Microsoft is the clear winner with that product? How sad is that though?
Is it really sad though?
Look at the top.
Hold up. Let's answer your question. So I do feel Game Pass holds a lot of value because you're able to get day and date games. That's what I gotta say. But if I had so as far as money, I think Game Pass will save you. But as far as actually being a gamer, I couldn't live not playing those Sony games. So for me, I say Game Pass, but I also, if we talk about the actual games, I would choose Sony. But FCAT, you can answer that question because Vet's question was
I'm just curious.
I was gonna have you pull this up on.
Okay, then we're skipping. You don't want to answer the question, so let's skip you real quick. Let's skip you real quick. So TPG, answer the question. Yeah, we got. We'll get
real
to
quick. I was
Dude,
set up my
look,
microphone.
I'm waiting for this because you were talking, Anthony, and I'll finish this real fast. But dude, TPG was just it's like a guy on waiting for that meth hit. He was just, give me my turn.
Wait
Give me
for
my
that Sony
turn.
hit, man.
Yeah,
Jim.
So TPG. So
all right,
so
go for it, bro.
why would you say someone should choose PlayStation over Xbox, knowing Xbox has Game Pass, so you get all those games day and day? Go ahead.
More games on PlayStation, and you don't need an Xbox to play Xbox games anymore. So what separates Xbox from PlayStation at this point besides Game Pass? Which, if you don't, subscribe to Game Pass, then what's the value of that console?
Man has a point.
That's good.
I'm proud of you, TPG.
I'm proud and I'm shocked because honestly, I was thinking it was going to be this. I was
waiting for him to get the high pitched voice and start throwing stuff.
Hey, I was waiting for a CMG type, level, Xbox.
Right. Hey, you was waiting for the explosion.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
I'm the Seth Rollins.
Rudies, what about you? What would be your reason to choose
day
one
one
of the
games, especially on like the Microsoft more ends than others, but Sony too. They all seem to be a scam this day and generation of gaming. It's more like early access. Games are now only complete at the 1.5 version. I mean, look at Black Myth Wukong. It came up with a map and quality of life updates in the 1.5. Like, it took a while for that game to come to a fully fleshed game. Look at Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was trash in beginning and game of the year second year. Like, games on day one just sound fancy, but really you're early testers, and they really only get good at 1.5.
Damn, you got a good point. So then,
what about Astrobot? When did that one come out and then get its and get its game of the year and its 1.5 update? Because wasn't that like didn't it end up getting game of the year the same time frame it came out?
I said it was more on the Microsoft end. Sony takes more time to polish their games. That's why we're seeing a lot of games being delayed. I see that more often on the Microsoft end. But even Black Myth Wukong, like the example, or Cyberpunk, which is CD Projekt Red. I mean, everybody's guilty of it, releasing a game unfinished on day one. And then gamers have to suffer as they get all the way through, only to be jealous at 1.5 when they introduce a goddamn map, and you had been playing Black Myth Wukong without a map for the entire freaking game, but now all of a sudden it exists.
Now you're like, God damn it!
You know what's crazy? That is something I complained about. Like, this game don't have no damn. I hate when games don't have a map. One of my favorite games to come out in the last couple years was the Callisto Protocol, but it had no damn map. Me and my wife was like, you know how crazy it is with no map in its corridors? You're running all around, and you're like, wait, I think we was here before. You know how much extra time you spend in the game without a map? So it's crazy that they, it's a great thing that they came out of a map, but it's crazy they didn't come out of a map. And that just shows that Rudig's got a point. The fact that they came out with a map, they didn't get pushed back. They didn't have a map. They knew they was going to have a map. They just wasn't ready to come out with the map, but they still wanted to put the game out. And so then you end up beating the game and be like, damn, now there's a map. I already beat the game. I struggled, a little extra without a damn map. So you got a point, though.
I mean, I think that's also kind of like one of the secret benefits of being a first-party studio is that you are allowed to take a little bit more time, while third parties are basically dependent and living and dying by the sales. So they have to rush. That brings up
the point of Astrobot. TPG will attest to this. Time trials didn't release until maybe a month or two later. I would say even afterwards now they're still releasing updates and more levels to round out the game. So no game is ever finished these days on day one releases. Elden Ring, a game I hold to high standards. Even that PvP was unfinished on release.
To be fair, in Astrobot's case, that stuff is very for a niche audience, speed running, trials, stuff like that. But yeah, you're generally right.
Should be shipped out day one.
I wanted to chime in on that too. I don't look at that. So for me, that's out the kindness of the heart of developers, right? Free updates, meaning those games. So a map, you could say yes. you releasing a map later on, a map should come with a game, right? But a time trial, these extra levels, though, here's my thing. Whatever I can use after the game, I completed the game, that could be an add-on. But a map would have helped me play the game before I beat it, right? But Astrobot and other games, I'm not just saying Astrobot because it's Sony, but that stuff I don't consider. You didn't need any of that stuff to beat the game because I beat the game, and then they started adding that stuff later on. You know what I mean?
See, this is what I don't like, is that we're accepting what they're giving us now. Remember back in the day when games used to give us multiplayer, story, and a survival bonus mode. We used to get 3 modes with a game we purchased, and now we get 1 incomplete mode on day 1 releases, and they try to package and sell us 2 other modes as part of a game or DLC part. I think we have gotten so far away from the value of games that we used to get before. It just upsets me. I think games should come with 3 goddamn modes. They should come with a story, they should come with a multiplayer, and they should come with an extra mode.
But they used to. The problem is people just accept what they are given now, and it's never going to change. Even if you complain about it, the only way it really is if you can get enough of a feedback on it, because it's like, look at when Xbox was still doing the gold live gold or whatever the hell it was. They jacked the price up, and then the negative feedback that they got forced them to drop the price. Sony had that issue with things in the past, but nobody really does much. Like Madden, we all know how shitty EA is and how shitty Madden is because it's just a roster update that they charge $80 for every year. They've done it since 2005. The problem is, as much as people complain about it, they're still buying it. There's no competition.
So let me go to flip side. So one of the most recent games I played where I praised it, right, for it having a story mode, a multiplayer mode, and PvP. I said this feels like old gaming. This game reminds me of when they had a game and had all these modes, and all those modes was on day and date. You know what's crazy? I beat that game, GameFly, and I still didn't buy it. The thing is, just because your game got all these modes, it doesn't really mean it's going to hold that much weight. And that game was Warhammer, right? Warhammer came out. I was like, dude, Warhammer was a solid game. But once you beat it, it was like, no, it's cool. It was really good. I mean, nothing was wrong with it. And it had all the modes. But it just, it still wasn't like the greatest thing ever. So I think just because... Go ahead.
Not for you necessarily, and I can understand it because I played through the story and I didn't get big into the multiplayer either. It wasn't my game particular, although it was pretty cool. It was a lot of samey. But the point I want to make is that hit hard with a lot of people, and it's still pretty popular today. And I think it's because they delivered a game for gamers. Like, they gave people a lot of value in that title.
I agree. No, I mean, that's what I was saying. When I played it, I was like, man, you don't get games like this anymore. They don't, literally what you said.
But see, that's the problem with gaming today versus the old school stuff. And that's also why all these older games are doing, like, the nostalgic games, the retro games, all that shit's making a comeback for a reason, and it's because of the standard that the current gaming generation is in. Like, it's great. Like, don't get me wrong. I loved playing like Spider-Man Miles Morales. All of the new stuff that comes out is fantastic, but it doesn't hold a candle to some of the way that the stories were written in these older games. Like, remember Call of Duty? Remember the good Call of Duties when you would buy it or you would rent it, whatever you did, you got it at Blockbuster. It would have the game, it would have the campaign, the multiplayer, all of that shit would be there. And you would play the campaign, and then you could access the multiplayer. Like, it would literally make you say, no, bitch, you're playing the campaign, then we'll let you do this. Like, they don't do that anymore. But it's because it's all about making a quick buck. It's the online stuff, it's the live action stuff, it's the live service. It's whatever can make the company money is what they're going to go with.
Yeah, and I think the hard thing is people see success like a Fortnite, right? And everybody want that genie in the bottle. And think about it. Who would have known? So I think the crazy thing is no one knew Fortnite would have been what it is. So other companies are like, if that did that, why can't I? So I guess, and they chased it.
No, and I agree with that, but the problem with that is, it's sad that these companies haven't realized this, is they're pushing away their core audiences. The core gamers that built these companies up to what they are today, they're pushing them away by focusing on trying to make the next greatest, the next Fortnite. What can they do? And they can't even do it. Even when they have a lot of these, like Sony, all of these companies can come out with a great idea, but when it comes to fruition and they put it out on sale, it's garbage. Or it catches on initially and then it fades. It's just a quick fad, and then people move right back over to Fortnite. I mean, how many of those style games have we seen? We've seen tons of those games.
You're right. That's the struggle, is trying to make something that will stick. Now, every now and then you get something, at least for right now. Marvel Rivals is still doing pretty good.
Right. Marvel Rivals, Marvel's, hell, even Marvel Snap. And that's a freaking card game. But look how popular that is. I mean, there are some different niches that have that, like that Fortnite algorithm that can get your attention and maintain that user base and continue to grow. But the vast majority of games coming out are trash, and that's unfortunately why. Actually, it's not unfortunate because I love retro gaming anyways. But that's why retro gaming's making its return. That's why you're starting to see a lot of people on Twitch, on YouTube, getting back into these older games, and it's not because of to try to hop on the nostalgia bandwagon. It's because these older games, you just don't see those kind of stories anymore. They can look past. I mean, I know a lot of people that play those, and they look past the graphics. They look past that because you have such a good story. I played plenty of them. Hell, Sony was one of the things that I loved about Sony was the stories in some of the older games. The Metal Gear Solid 5, the Phantom Pain was by far one of the best story games I've played. Like, they just don't make those type of games anymore because everything is what can we do that's multiplayer, that's like Fortnite. I would rather spend my money on a console.
For the fact Sony still has Naughty Dog, Insomniac, Gorilla, Santa Monica making their own single player games on top of the failed multiplayer experiences.
Was that Wolverine? Oh, that's right. That's never coming out.
I'm pretty sure it's coming out next year. That was the Eternal.
Is it though? Is it? Bro, where's the information on said game that
Wolverine's gonna die with
marathon? Think about it, bro. Think about it. What you seen, right? So as a gamer, what you see in the leaked stuff wasn't bad, right? And two, Wolverine is one of the most popular characters, and so the issue with Spider-Man is good. But it doesn't have that violence. Literally what Spider-Man is missing, Wolverine will give people, and it's popular. They will be losing money if they didn't make it.
The thing is, they dropped that trailer, that little teaser of Wolverine that launched when, what was it? Was it when Logan came out, or was it when they were talking about the Deadpool Wolverine? When
it was before that. It was when Miles Morales also was announced.
Okay.
Right.
Well, either way, it was exactly. That tells you how long ago
too early, and
that's
why you don't see
we've
Sony
gone. What is it? 2,500 plus days since they announced Elder Scrolls 6. I mean, these companies do it to cause this kind of mayhem. So,
I mean, how long ago did they announce Grand Theft Auto 6?
When did Grand Theft Auto 5 come out? No. When did GTA 5 come out? That's when they announced it.
They didn't start development until after 2020.
Right, so let me pull up the next thing.
That's your link. That's your link.
I'll play it.
I'm just while you're doing that, I'm gonna throw this out here. I'm just gonna put a bet on the table. I bet y'all $100 GTA 6 will get delayed again. I get it that they gave a date, but yet after they gave that date, what did they announce? Let's see. The CEO of Take-Two just came out and said, "Oh, by the way, we're going to bring four remastered games from Rockstar to bide over time between now and 2026." Exactly? I'm also not a gamer, so I'm not going to play it. I bet you $100 that they're going to say they had to give a date. All they said was, "Well, we're delaying it." They just cost the gaming industry $2.7 billion by delaying it. I bet you $100 they'll delay it again.
Wait, help me out with that one, because I heard people throw that around. Explain that for me. Why did it cost the gaming industry $2 billion because it's not coming out?
I didn't read
it. Was scared everybody to not release their game.
Yeah, I mean, everybody literally, all of these games that were supposed to come out got put on hold because everybody expected GTA 6 to come out. What was it? November? Was the original date release date?
Well,
yeah.
never
So
really
there were a ton of games that were due to come out around that time frame. They had one from. Didn't Take-Two have two?
Sounds
games
like GTA shouldn't be responsible to babysit grown man's feelings.
Thank you.
Listen,
wow.
I'm not gonna say, honestly, I'm not the biggest GTA fan anymore.
Hold up, real quick though. Rue has been hanging around you way too long, Anthony.
Because think about it.
Outright stole your phrase.
Think about it. GTA technically would be winning, right? Like GTA would be winning. They made so many sales. So in theory, GTA is a winner.
And you know what winners say? Fuck the losers who can't take a joke. Man the fuck up.
I had to. Hey, look. I had to give Rue his props, man, because that was spot on.
That was spot on. All right, guys. Let me pull up this trailer that FCAT wants us to see. So
I swear to God, it's Destiny related.
Yeah, you know it's Destiny related.
Oh, look at it!
I knew it. Get the shit off the screen.
Hold on. Where'd you steal this? Where'd you download this from? Come on.
Dead. Let it die.
It's coming, guys.
Is this Destiny Mobile?
Dude, the phone near you.
Y'all keep laughing, but I'm telling you, mobile gaming is gonna be the next big thing. It already is. It makes more money than console games.
This is the Stadia going in. No pressure. Everybody
I think I'm not mobile gaming.
My shield,
that maker.
your end. Take this. Turn away the dark.
Congratulations. I like your phone.
Step into the light.
The funeral bells have sounded. Now this is a real god! Let's do this together! The light shall punish you!
End at some point?
It is time to embrace your destiny.
I don't want to.
No, this looks like garbage.
But you know what? It might be. And you said this is the mobile version.
Yeah, you know what though?
Hey.
I bet this is gonna do great. There are mobile phones that are stronger now, and Call of Duty did good on mobile. Yeah, Warzone. Probably not.
I think Warzone, Call of Duty Mobile just shut down.
Yeah, Warzone did.
Warzone shut down, but
so Bungie
Tencent makes-
doesn't really have anything to do with this. This is all NetEase. Bungie gave them the IP to.
No, I got a feeling I bet this is gonna do good. I bet you. And hold up, Maker is in the chat. Maker said it looks like Wolverine will be aiming for less violent as the old ones. Wait, did you ever play what was that one Wolverine called? That was one of the most violent games ever. Wolverine.
Which one? All of the Origins?
Yeah, it was called everything was Origins, right? Dude, the opening scene was you falling out of the helicopter all the way down, stabbing some dude. You hit the ground, you get up, your face is like half off. You sure your face grow back. Every bullet you got shot with was blood, and the bullets, like, that game was so graphic, you was cutting people all open. So, Maker, what are you talking about?
He's
come
saying
on now.
that they're
Look
going
at
to
his
be
name.
aiming for a less violent version than the old ones.
He
You
said
know why
as
they'll do that?
he said as the old ones. Maybe he meant what you said. Then the old ones. But he said
It looks
as,
like Wolverine will be aiming for a less violent version than the old one, so it'll be less violent.
Less violent. He said less violent as the old ones. You're adding a different word that he didn't say.
Okay, I don't know. Maker talks with an accent. I can't understand American.
We guys expect from fucking Insomniac. There are a bunch of fucking babies over there running by Sweet Baby Inc. Funny enough.
Oh God, I'm not getting into that nonsense. I don't care for that.
Yeah, I'm not getting into that nonsense either. Leave
But
me
here's
out
the
of
thing.
that.
So, FCAT, you said this is a mobile game.
Yeah.
This trailer.
Yeah, that's a mobile
Oh yeah,
game.
that thing will crush.
Yes, this is the mobile game.
Okay.
Maker, I knew
It's
what you were
basically
talking about. I
Destiny.
understand your
It's
southern
the
accent.
same game as Destiny, but it's played with microtransactions.
But here's the thing though, mobile gaming is more profitable than console and PC gaming combined. It makes that's the why do you think that? Like I've told this to people. This is why Microsoft went after the ABK deal in the first place. It had nothing to do with Call of Duty. It was to get the mobile games. Most people that makes a killing. I've been saying that mobile gaming, and now as handheld gaming becomes the new thing and transitions away, we see that transition to handheld gaming and mobile gaming is going to be the new future.
I think you're trying to turn mobile games into AAA games, and it's just not going to work.
They're already planning on doing that.
Well, they're already.
No. Like Google has already stated that, like the Google Play Games for PC beta app that you can download on Windows computers, they already plan on that. That's the whole.
No, hold on. Pause for a minute. For all the people who don't know and just guessing, my wife and I even go further back. Forget that. Years ago, I used to play PUBG on my phone with my friend because he didn't have a console. It was great. I actually like PUBG mobile more than I like regular PUBG. So fast forward, my wife plays Fortnite on her phone, and on her phone, I was playing on my not PlayStation 5 Pro, but maybe the same thing. On a PlayStation 5, I was like, let's play one of those stages where you type in the code and you just play my stage. Dude, my PlayStation 5 had to load up that stage, and on her phone, she was in there before me. I was like, what? She was waiting for me to join. Trust me, phones aren't, just because you think a phone, like, you might think of somebody flip phones ain't a thing no more, but you might think of
yes, they are. Yeah, they are.
Those Snapdragons, like they have some good AAA mobile games. Trust me.
Here's the thing.
This,
I hold on. I have the OnePlus 12R. Now, granted, they're on the 13R, or they might be coming out with the 14. But the processor in this runs at about 3.2 gigahertz. It's not as fast. Like my handheld here, the ROG Ally that I'm using to join here is a 5 gigahertz CPU. But this thing can hold its own.
I bet you my phone that I'm holding right now is more powerful than the Switch.
Oh, Anthony, dude, which Samsung do you have? No,
I got the Galaxy 6, the one that came out last year.
Right, I had the 5.
But that just proves the point that the Japanese, it's not the size, it's how you use it, because the Switch dominates.
Wait a minute.
And that's coming from somebody who holds a PhD.
Damn it. Anthony, I bet you your phone is more powerful than the Switch 2 when it releases. It'll still be more powerful than that thing.
Might be.
You can laugh, dude, but I'm telling you, where mobile gaming and handheld gaming, this and Anthony's phone will be the future of gaming eventually.
Oh, it will. It will. I think it will.
Anybody that doesn't realize that is going to...
Wait. Combined with cloud gaming, trust me. It will be.
Well, just think of this. I can go on here. I can play PUBG. I can play Call of Duty Mobile. And do you know how many people I can get to watch that are not from the U.S.? They're all from India or some other place. And what do they use? Anthony, you and I both know what India represents. That's mobile gaming. Yeah. Because that was the one thing that's what basically killed Stadia by not getting India on board.
I'm trying to remember who was it. It might have been. It was a content creator. I don't know if it was Ghostface.
No. I know it was the. Oh my God! He was Jeff's co-host on that dumbass coffee
Oh,
show.
Ryzak, yes.
Yes,
Bro,
yes.
I remember I was out of town. I was in Atlantic City. And I remember Ryzak was like, dude, he started streaming the PUBG. PUBG had a new update on mobile.
Yes.
And every minute he got like another 100 people watching. They was all from India. They was going crazy because in India they use their phones. But we had got the update before they did. And I was like, whoa. So I was like, I want to do it too. So I literally started streaming on my phone. It was ridiculous. I'm telling you, watch the stream every minute. It was like 400,
I was there.
500.
No, I know. I was there watching it at the time. That was the thing. He kept going at it for a while until I think
it was wild.
Too much, but that's the thing. These countries that India is one of those that they use mobile phones for everything the way that we use laptops, consoles, and things like that. They're mobile phone centric. Everything is. That was why they wanted GFN. They wanted Stadia. They wanted those things because they wanted to do it from the phone.
Yep. It was literally something I never seen. Like I never seen none of the bigger people. Like you snap your finger and it was another 100, another 100, 200. I was like, what? That was wild. But anyway, let's I'll pull this up. FCAT, you got this up.
So this is what everybody's talking about. Everybody's saying there should be Destiny 3 instead of Marathon.
No.
And honestly, I think both should die.
Well, you want everything to die. So literally nothing you say matters.
What I'm saying is, like, this next expansion that's coming out for Destiny, that should be it.
So
like, it just ended.
Let me break it down for you. FCAT. The games you actually like are all trash, and then you want everything to die. Nothing you say matters.
Hey, look. Let's not talk about this nonsense that he keeps bringing up. Look, Maker's last statement goes along with what you and I were talking about, Anthony, with the like with what happened with Ryzak when he was doing the mobile gaming, and that's no, not that one. The ARM CPU ones are the future.
Okay, here we go.
He's 100% on that. That's exactly right because that's what the phones are. That's what Microsoft wants everybody using Copilot Plus PCs. They're basically the ARM 64 CPUs. That's
and you know what's crazy, right? So when you think of, okay, I'm gonna bring my Switch, right? Let me grab. Before I leave the house, let me make sure I grab my Switch. You don't ever say before I leave the house, let me make sure I grab my phone. You just grab your phone. So if they could get the games to where you want to play on your phone, man.
Well, this is the thing that Google's working with is already bringing PC developers that make PC games, and I'm not talking Candy Crush type bullshit, like big AAA games. They're bringing them on board essentially to port those PC games and just bring them to Google Play Store, the games. So what they want to do is have all of the games that are on Android via the Play Store will be available on PCs, and whatever companies, it's basically, they said that from what I read is they'll just toggle a switch and those games will be able to be played on your phone. As long as your phone can support it.
Correct. It'd be like a PC, like you need the requirements, blah blah blah.
Like when Apple launched the 15 Pro and the Pro Max that had the ray tracing built into it, I remember testing out two different Ubisoft games. Prince of Persia was one of them. It was basically the full game, just on a mobile phone, and it looked except for the small screen size, it still looked damn good. Now, the problem with that is that, for us, we don't care about, we don't want a game on a phone because, that versus using a TV or something. But when you're this is the only way you game, like in India or other places that are so heavily focused on mobile gaming, those companies will make a killing off of that kind of stuff.
So Dodge Man, thank you for the $2 super chat. He said, Cowboy, what do you think about the new Superman trailer? Man, oh man. So I'm gonna see it. What I would say that's cool, it has a lot going on in it, so it may keep your attention span. I'm weird though. I feel like he doesn't look like Superman to me, right? He doesn't have the look. Like sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. I feel like he has a certain angle where I'm like, okay, and then you have a certain angle where I'm like, that's bad casting. So I'm definitely gonna go see it. I'm excited to see it because I love hero movies, but they all are falling off for me. I don't hold them up high. It used to be like, man, I can't wait to see this Avengers or this whatever. Now I'm just like, they're just popcorn flick. There's going to be big action explosions, and they try to make you laugh. You know, go ahead, Vic.
I got a question for you though, because I don't know if you've already talked about it before I showed up. But I want to know what your thoughts were when I sent you that article about your favorite game of all time that got shut down. That's coming back.
So thank you. I actually had that. I wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
I was hoping I didn't miss that because I spotted that. I was like, oh,
thank you. So what's cool is yes, Vet brought up something. I read the article earlier because I was like, and it was cool because you not only did you text me, but you put it in the thing. You made sure I see.
Know. Oh, damn right I did. Like, we used to play. We used to talk about this all the time.
Man. So, my favorite asymmetric game is Friday the 13th.
And I read this whole article. I'm excited for what they're working on.
Yeah. So
and
hopefully,
if you actually read it though, because like this initial stuff tells you why they had to cut the ties with the game, why they had to shut it down, and why the movie.
So here's what's crazy. Here's what's crazy. I go even deeper. I bought this game day and date or pre-ordered it. I literally remember that September 4th was going to be the DLC that was going to bring the Jason X. And I was looking forward to it. Fighting on he was going to be on a spaceship. He was going to have the metallic Jason. And that summer So that summer was when Victor Miller he wrote the original screenplay for part 1, right? So what happened was way back then, which was 70-something, they had a clause where, because nobody knew, right? Back then, no one knew what this was going to be. He was only able to make, I think it was something small, like, it was something super small, like 3,000. This was back in 70-something. It was something so small, right? And he couldn't sue, or he couldn't do anything about it for like 32 years. It was something crazy in the clause, right? All these years later, he sued and won. Or first, they held up. So when he sued them, anything Friday the 13th had to stop. So anything they didn't fully have created had to stop. I mean, movies, T-shirts, video games. So even though they was working on DLC, because they never fully had it finished, they had to stop. So I'll give PC this credit.
Go ahead.
So I want to say this. I will give PC this credit. There was someone on PC that made a mod that recreated everything we never got. So I will say that was cool. So if I was a PC guy, that's the stuff I'll be doing. Anyway, I'll bring it back to this. So that the guy eventually went into trial, and so Ilphonic or Gun Media, the people the publishers, developers, they couldn't do anything. So the game was halted. Everything Friday the 13th was stopped. Now it's a new company, which they state in the article that has the rights to Friday the 13th. So they're working on new games and everything. Even Peacock has a show in the works, right? So this is cool because they outline the title of the game, saying that things they might actually work with. So people are like, wait, they literally said the name of the game in the article. So they didn't have to say the name of the game. Why would they do that? So what I hope they do what they did to Hunt Showdown. They did the Predator. Remember, forget Hunt Showdown. What they did to Ilphonic or Gun Media, they actually are the people that did this and the Predator game. Yep. They remastered the Predator game and made it a next gen version, right? Overhauled it. What I would love is if they brought this, and I don't care if I had to pay for it, right? Because I think the Predator was like $20. Yeah, the Predator was like $20, and I paid for it. So if they overhauled the game, made it a next-gen version, gave you all the DLC for like $30 or something, and then brought back the online, because as of last December, they gave us an extra year. 2 years ago, they were supposed to shut down the servers, and they actually gave us one more year, and they shut it down last December. I actually streamed the game on its final day, and I dressed up as Jason and everything. That's how much Vet knows I'm into this thing. Like every Friday 13th.
Bro, that when I spotted this was I knew immediately. I was like, oh shit.
Oh man,
I had to bring this back. But what kills me is like, I wish that they had been able to find a way to maintain the server or let the community, because I used an example of Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. If you
Right.
go on PC and you log in and try to find a server, and those games, they don't update them. They're out, when they came
Right.
out. Those servers they are full. There are servers, hundreds of servers on the PC side, and they're always filled with people playing them. Like
So,
capped at 100.
Even,
That would be cool
every
if they
time
did
it
that.
was a Friday the 13th, every time, like not the movie, but actual Friday the 13th, I always dress up as Jason and I play the game and I stream it, right? Every time I stream it, people were still playing. People were still playing.
Dude, when they canceled this, when all of this shit hit and they had to shut the game down and everything else, that's what scrapped the whole. Remember they were going to do a Fred or Jason versus Michael Myers. This was part of the reason they never did that, and they were going to do. They were basically going to have Jason going up against all these different horror genres,
Right.
and that was why. But if you scroll up a little bit, that right there, the bold print. That's the part you were talking about where it says it has it in the game. The initiative also includes Friday the 13th, the game, and Crystal Lake, which means that they're adding. That tells me right there that they're adding Crystal Lake, because I don't remember all of what was in the original. I mean, you played it more than I did.
Yeah, they had Crystal Lake. They had Crystal Lake in it, and then they later on made a small map of Crystal Lake. I think they're talking about the show. But I think they're talking about the show because
right, but it's saying it includes the game and Crystal Lake, giving fans new ways to connect with the legacy of Jason Voorhees, and through a broad range of merchandise worldwide. So right there tells you that they're already working on the game.
Well, they also mentioned in the article that the company, Ilphonic Gun Media, I forgot which one is one that created it and one published it. But anyway, they said that they stopped. You see it down there, that they actually stopped support on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and they think they're going to be shifting to Friday the 13th the game. Because at the end of the day, listen, they made Killer Clown from Outer Space. They made Friday the 13th. They made The Predator. They made Texas Chainsaw Massacre. They made all these games, but still, Friday the 13th is the best one. It just is. And if they could support that again, like, that would just make more sense. If you make all these ones after the fact, then none of them is as good as Friday the 13th, if we're being real.
Because if you look at the horror genre, and whether it's video games or movies, there are the two kings. There are two individuals that set the bar so high that nothing will ever replace them, and that's Jason and that's Freddy Krueger. And we saw what happened when you tried to replace Freddy with a different Robert Englund. It fucking bombed. Jason, the one thing that has it going for him is you can replace him as long as he's got the mask on. And even when the mask comes off, his face is all fucked up anyways. So it don't matter who it is.
Now, mind you, the guy who played Jason for a long time, his name is Kane Hodder. He played Jason a lot, but he just had a big tall guy. But like you said, he don't play every Jason.
He did that other franchise slasher flick. Like 3 of them. I remember.
Y'all know what other games? Y'all know what other games shutting down?
What's that?
Y'all know what X-Defiant?
Is it Destiny?
Yeah, we know X-Defiant.
X-Defiant shutting down.
Isn't that already shut down?
Yeah.
No, it's shutting down soon.
2.5 weeks or something like that.
Yeah. Damn, I remember when Purple was like, no, it's not shutting down. That was hard for her, man.
Jesus.
FCAT kept saying it's shutting down, it's shutting down. She's like, no, it isn't.
Well, I'm a throw in a little snippet that's not gaming related, but actually, let me find it again so I can actually verify it all. But
I'm gonna jump on it.
It's with wrestling. Regards to wrestling, I know you watched. Did you watch Raw last night?
Yes.
Because I don't. Okay. Did you see the on? Well, yeah, I know. As soon as I said, "Oh," he's like, "Oh shit, ain't gaming. I'm out, bro." Did you see the actual what happened to Zoe Stark?
Yeah, she's injured.
She's injured, but her knee blew out live on air. Well, she went to do a missile drop kick and missed, and like her knee buckled, and she had just come back. Same with Kairi Sane, and her knee buckled, and you literally watched it. That ref was like, "Oh shit!" Ran up and then
Get her
immediately
the fuck
called
out of
for the
here.
medical. Yeah, the
Damn.
doctor came immediately.
You know what's crazy?
She's done for a while.
So, I gotta rewind it. I was watching it, but I was playing Monster Hunter on my portal. So I was like, I was like, you know.
Well, you could probably at this point you could probably find the fucking clip. It was all over. I mean, there's been a bunch of people talking about it on.
Oh
YouTube.
yeah. Well, you think they got rid? You think they scrubbed it from the actual thing?
No. Well, what they did is it was a triple threat match for the.
No. I'm saying that moment. Do you think they took that moment from Netflix? Because I'll go look it up.
No,
I don't
so
think
what
they
more
did.
likely happened, Cowboy, is during when they realized something was wrong. Like someone was telling Rhea and whoever shows face, like, focus on you right now because we need to get the camera off her.
Yeah, I remember just thinking like, damn, they had EO, damn, they had Kyrie and Rhea fighting for a minute, and they never show Zoe again. But I guess I must have been playing the game when that moment happened.
Yeah, so there was a brief pause, and you could hear because Michael Cole immediately was like, "Oh shit!" Like saw it immediately as it happened.
So her career might be done.
But on TV, could you see it like on TV? Like that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like did they?
Yeah, you could see it on Netflix. I saw it. I didn't want to rewind it because I've already had enough.
That's one of those injuries like the
I don't
Big
need to
E
see
neck
that
situation.
shit.
You don't want to rewatch that.
I don't want. No, I watched. I remember when Deshaun Watson his calf muscle imploded live in last season in the NFL, and then they kept showing the highlight of it a few times, and I'm like,
That's shit right there, man.
Dude, I was
Wait,
like,
do you remember? Do you remember when Sid Vicious jumped off the top rope and landed and his leg broke?
Yep.
Fuck.
Yep.
God.
I do.
That was wild.
Look, I'm just saying wrestling's fake, guys. We all know that, even though
it's all fake.
It's probably AI generated. I mean,
real.
Owen Hart's still alive. He didn't die.
He's up there in Calgary just celebrating with his wife and kids. They're all.
He's watching Bret Hart. He's hanging out with Edge. And Christian and all those other.
Let me pull this up real quick because TPG pulled this up.
I fucking called it.
So here's what make me mad. According to Catherine O'Hare, The Last of Us season 3 will focus on Abby's story. Here's my problem, and now I am mad at people like Rue Diggs, and I'm glad he's still here. Rue Diggs and you're damn right. I'm mad. When I said Abby's story should have been DLC, or you should have beat the game and then play her story, to focus just on her story. I said it was too convoluted to have both stories going back to back. The damn HBO realized, how are we going to have her, you focus on her, and then you switch to Ellie, and then you switch to her, they'd be like, yo, that's just too much. You got both characters you try to portray as the protagonist at the same exact time, but they hate each other. That mixture isn't good. And so they realized, we probably shouldn't do that as a show. You shouldn't have done it in the game either, mother effers. All right, I'm sorry.
Okay, and there was one more.
They definitely could have made 2 games out of Last of Us Part 2.
No, they really could have, yeah. But I don't think they. So, Diggs, have you played the old Resident Evils? I think Resident Evil 1, right? You have a choice. You could play with Chris, or you could play with Jill, which could have, right? So you would play the whole game with Chris, and then you could play with Jill, or vice versa. Now this should have been Ellie, right? I'm telling you, play with Ellie. You meet up with Abby when you had the fighter. You see Abby kill Joel, but you never know her perspective. Then once you beat the game, it'll be like, you could play with Abby. You'll be like, this mother effer. You know what? Now I want to play her and see what was the deal. You'll be dying to know, why did she kill Joel? And then you find out, you'll be like, whoa. I'm telling you, that would have been such, it would have been a masterpiece to me. But doing it simultaneously, I felt it took forever, and it just made the game super long, and I just feel like this was what they should have done. But anyway, that was my thoughts.
Yeah. And there's one more bit of Naughty Dog news if you want to touch on it.
Okay, yes, sir, I will play that. So the last, is it the?
It's the one above FCAT.
Okay, the one. Thank you. I was looking like that. Yeah. Okay, the one above FCAT. Oh, but Vet, real quick, man. Thank you for bringing that to my attention with the Friday.
Oh yeah, you know I was gonna do that.
Dude, I read that right away. I was at work, like, hold on, we gonna pause this phone because I need to read this. Getting my hopes up, man.
His own damn game. God damn it.
Vet, you getting my hopes up, man.
I know.
All right, so Neil Druckmann confirms involvement in second unannounced Naughty Dog project. So this would unannounced, so meaning it's not intergalactic.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, my problem is they just take the problem because I don't want.
I read the article. Basically, he says now he is trying to, in this project's case, he's more of a mentor, and he actually kind of wants to help build the next talent for Naughty Dog. So then eventually, he could either pass it on to them or potentially retire. Because you remember, Neil Druckmann said a while ago that, hey, I only got so many games left in me. Then Eric got
and didn't he say he didn't want to have anything to do with any more Uncharted, right? He said for him, Uncharted is done.
So the consistent rumor I keep hearing is that at some point there's supposed to be like some kind of Uncharted game get announced. Now, Naughty Dog's involvement is questionable.
Wait, are you saying that Uncharted is finally charted?
You're funny. Well, by the way, I think a lot of people forget about this. They actually announced a while ago there was actually supposed to be an Uncharted 2 movie. Heard nothing about that in a while. Oh, except for Mark Wahlberg saying he has to get the mustache ready.
I didn't care too much about that movie, man.
Wait, Marky Mark is still a somebody? Wow, I thought he was, old news.
So if you read the quote, there's another game being worked at Naughty Dog. I'm more of a producer role, and I get to mentor, watch the other team, give feedback at the executive table. I enjoy all these roles, and the fact I jump on from one to the next makes my job very exciting and always feeling fresh. I'm never bored. But people, they hate this guy. They hate Neil Druckmann for whatever reason because he killed Joel. But the man, he's encouraging new developers to come in, branch out, do something else, while he just sits there and goes, "Hey man, I just make sure the fucking lights stay on."
Well, I think the thing is, sometimes in games, a death will make the game great. Again, I never forget it. My friend Justin and Dave. You guys know Dave. You don't know Justin because Dave pops every now and then. They was at my house when I was playing The Last of Us Part 1 on PlayStation 3, or it might have been 4. I'm trying to think. But either way, my friend Justin, who not really a gamer, watched the beginning 20 minutes, you know what I'm talking about, happen. Well, I can say it. He watched his daughter get killed, and he was like, what? This happens in the game? And he said, bro, I need to go buy a system now. And we got in the car, went to GameStop, and he bought the game and a system after watching that. So sometimes that's, it makes this like, and I think what was so powerful, usually they don't play around with kids being killed, right? Usually it's like movies, TV show. That's why The Last of Us, I think, not The Last of Us, The Walking Dead was a hit. In the first episode, they had the little girl zombie, right, crawling. You're like, what, a kid? You was like, okay, this show is different. So, I think their choice to kill Joel was very extreme. But at the end of the day, they knew. I think Joel being alive with Ellie and Abby, that's too much. That would have been. Then you just needed Abby to be only a villain, I guess. You know what I mean? But that would have been too much.
So. For the record, I know this is kind of like derailing and everything you guys were talking about, but it's like this kind of news right here actually does make me excited because first off, we get some insight into what Naughty Dog's up to. 2 games working at the same time. I think that's always cool because that means they're always staying busy. And I want to see what the next game's going to be because with Air Galactic, we know it's coming out in the way they keep talking about, how they even made some cast announcements. I think that game's going to be a 2027 game. If it gets delayed, 2028 cross-gen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
question is, do we really feel a new console is coming in 2027? Like just 2 years from now?
I don't think it's coming 2027. I think it's coming 2028. The PlayStation 6.
You know what my problem is?
I hear.
My problem is I missed 2 years of this console's life cycle because I was in the Stadia. So for me, I feel like it's too soon, but I missed 2 years to feel like, yeah, it's about time. You know what I mean? But here, let me pull up some stuff Vet gave me earlier. Vet, I'll pull this up, man. You know, we could do a little moment of silence, but
Oh yeah, for Norm.
yeah. So he passed away at 76 years old. I think 76 isn't bad, right?
It is. I mean, it sucks. I loved watching Cheers. I just wanted a group of friends, you know, when I joined.
Introducing
or walk
Every
in,
Life's
that's what
2-in-1
happens,
shampoo
right?
and
Everybody says Vet. And instead, when I join the Discord, all I hear is Rudig saying Vet chill. And he doesn't even have to be in the Discord.
Right.
1982 to 1993, from everyone shouting Norm to 6 Emmy nominations for playing Norm Peterson on the sitcom Cheers from 1982 to 1993. From everyone shouting Norm to being a super fan screaming about the Bears on Saturday Night Live.
I remember that.
He helped immortalize 2 of television's biggest catchphrases. He also appeared in all 275 episodes of Cheers. And today marks the 32nd anniversary of the show's finale first aired. George Wendt, 76 years old, and provided a lot of joy and laughs for a lot of us.
Yeah, it did.
Never watched Cheers.
Well, you know, you're not Anthony, he muted himself. All right, good. It's our show, Rue.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, he was.
Damn it. No, TPG was saying he never watched it. That's because
I heard him. I said he was pretty young.
Yeah. Hey, Ghost, what's going on, buddy? The hell did he know I was on here? Damn it.
What's going on, man? So this is cool though. I was such a big fan of Rainbow Six Siege and Rainbow Six Vegas Part 1 and Part 2. What's going on, Ghost? Yeah, so says the new era of Rainbow Six Siege means you're going to need some newer hardware.
Now,
if you want
I
to play.
did read this, and we did have this. I think we had this discussion with somebody that had to, you know, once again dive into AI and all that nonsense. Now, I will agree that the stats they are bare minimum, but I don't know many gamers that are going to play Rainbow Six Siege, because I know that Siege is one of those big esports games. Most esports players aren't going to be rocking, you know, minimum specs on their PCs. They're going to want high-end shit. That's the reality of it. They use a PC like Houston or SPG has, you know, with the 4090s and the shit that I can only dream of.
Well, I mean, the cool thing is if you have a console, you'll be able to play it on a console. I'm sure.
Well, yeah, but the other thing I like that there are companies that will give you, before a game launches, they're like, hey, this is the specs you need, because then I can be like, all right, I've got the Asus ROG Ally, you know, the handheld. Now I can be like, all right, let me see which specs I can play this at. So I know I can't do it at ultra settings, but I can easily still get 120 FPS and play it locally if I wanted to, which is something that I like about that. I did have another link, but it's up to you if you want to. It's just talking about some new gaming consoles that are coming out soon, including a revitalized handheld version of the Nintendo Wii U.
Oh, wow.
Hey,
actually,
I'm
the Zelda
out,
one.
guys. I need to get some food in me. I'm hungry. Plus,
all right, man.
Well, you gotta man up like the rest of us real streamers here, buddy. You start eating on stream.
I ain't
Turn
a
the
streamer.
cam
I'm
off,
just a
eat.
content creator.
See, but that's the same thing. You just turn that camera off and just start eating it, you know.
Is it really?
I live stream and I don't even have a camera on half the time, mostly because then I don't have to wear pants and I can eat and do whatever, you know.
I want everyone to see my beautiful face and what a real man's beard looks like.
Hey, listen, I just eat on screen, so.
Right,
you know.
We've seen the crumbs when you were in the bedroom talking about you know.
Hey man, you remember them days?
I do, dude. I do.
Hey, listen, no, you know what's crazy? My wife was like, I said we should do something together. She said the only way I do it is
Sorry,
if we just
got
get
a phone call. I gotta jump, guys. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Dix.
Bro, we literally scared everyone out with food talk.
She was like, I'm only doing it if we just sit in the bed. I was like, sit in the bed. That's so taggy. She's like, oh well, and it was born. Go say good. How's it going? It's going good, man. Yo, what's up, Blood? What up, y'all? Listening from work? Yeah, man. It was a good show, man. Definitely a good show. Hard playing competitive games nowadays with all the cheating. Yeah, I mean that's what they say.
There you go. I just put a link if you want to pull that up just to show the. That was cool too. I'm excited that they are working on a new Ghost Recon apparently. I know they're working on the Division 3. I know that, and I can tell this because my NDA is up, and I'm allowed to publicize that for those that if anybody actually cares about Skull and Bones, I know there's not a huge fan base for it, but they are launching on May 27th. They are launching a new 5v5 PvP mode.
That sounds cool.
Which I will be streaming on Twitch because there'll be Twitch drops enabled. And the Division 2s has a new DLC launching on May 27th as well. Brooklyn DLC will be active. So it'll be a whole new city. So you'll go from New York City, you'll be going to Brooklyn now, which will be cool. And then I did share the link. I just think if you're looking at nostalgia or something like that, like the Wii U handheld is pretty badass. I would like my wife already. I think I can convince her, depending on the pricing and everything. I would probably be okay with that. She liked the Wii U, but she also liked Yoshi's Woolly World and some of those games. And based off of what I read with this, it has USB-C charging. It has a digital pad. It has access to a massive collection of Nintendo titles across multiple generations, all offline that you can play them, and there's no fees. That right there is massive. From Nintendo to say, hey, we're not even going to charge you, and you can play them offline. Like that looks cool. If you're into that style, my wife would want that one. But if you scroll down a little bit, they show a little bit further. Yeah, just keep going down just a smidge, and you'll see the Zelda, that one. Now, tell me, as a fan of retro or just nostalgia, how badass does that thing look? That thing looks. Cool. I was like, dude, could you imagine if they had a Switch 2 like that in that style with the Zelda theme like that?
Yeah, my wife
Xbox
was trying.
PlayStation did that stuff, man. PlayStation.
My wife was trying to get me to get her a Switch 2, but
well, mine wants that. But see, I was reading it, and they're saying like, well, what we dislike is while it's nostalgic, the focus on past games may not appeal to those seeking cutting-edge next-gen exclusives. That's not who that's garnered for. Like that, I didn't look at the rest of the article. That Switch thing or the Wii U caught my, and I can tell you right off the bat, ain't nobody gonna care about that. That's not who it's garnered for. It's garnered for people that don't want to pay for all.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, they're gonna catch people that is looking for that. Look at this,
dude. Yeah, there's some crazy shit coming out now. Look, another Nintendo thing. Now I could actually see this, and I could see people wanting that. Even though it's small, I could still see it being a hot seller.
Look at this.
I could see you getting that. Look, imagine putting something like that with Stadia on it back, if it hadn't have died.
That would have been, man.
RGB lighting.
I'm not even getting into it because the possibilities with Stadia would have been amazing.
I know. The only benefit I got out of a lot of these things with just is even though Stadia is dead, the whole thing was the portability, being able to play games on your phone or your tablet.
Yeah, what's cool what I got out of Stadia is I believe in the future. Like, why I fell off on cloud gaming, but I know it exists. I know Stadia work. And so for me, the day it start to catch that fire, I won't have to be like, what's this cloud gaming thing? I'll be like, oh, damn. And GFN is doing a great job now. You know what I mean?
Is, and so is Xbox. Like, as much as, I know the ponies will shit on me for this. I'm sorry, but dude, Xbox cloud gaming is doing one thing that Sony, no other company does. Right. So, like, Xbox will, like, literally, and I proved this point because Assassin's Creed Shadows, Ubisoft provided me an Xbox Series X key. I didn't have a console. I literally got them to give me the key so I could live stream a first look of it in the cloud, because the only way to play that game is you pay. Like, if I didn't have the key, I would have had to go on my phone or on the web browser, buy that game digitally, and then I could play it on the cloud. Which is literally what that's what Stadia, the whole thing with Stadia was. You buy your game, you can play it on the cloud. Microsoft finally has gotten to that point where there's a whole fucking catalog. The stream your own games catalog is huge. Like if you just open up a tab and go to xbox.com/play, you could show everybody the amount of games. It is a pretty sizable list of games.
So I'm going to transition into that. Speaking of Xbox, so I'm going to pull up the last thing you gave me, which you probably forgot, but bam. Doom the Dark Ages reaches 3 million players, seven times faster than Doom Eternal. So it was cool that you brought it up because Sev or somebody in the Discord was talking about how it was doing good.
Yep, Severin was. Yep, he was trying to crap on that game, and I'm like, he's like, well, it's yeah, that's great and all. I'm like, yeah, that's a hell of an accomplishment, dude. I mean, it's not like I tried it. It's not my style anymore. I kind of outgrew that style. 20 years ago, I would have been all over that shit. Actually, probably not.
Yeah, so I was big. I mean, Doom Eternal was my 2020 game of the year. So, but I like the tank characters. They said, Doom Eternal was more fast. This week's supposed to be more like just slow to tank. So I'll see if I'm going to like this more. What I don't like is they kind of got rid of the gore kills.
I saw when I played it. I saw that. Now I do like the music. I mean, it's a bit loud for me now, but I think
the music is always good.
I'm just old now, so I can't deal with all that loud racket and shit within these younger.
I got you. Now you like your cozy games.
Hell no! I still go out there and kill people. Look, I had Assassin's Creed Shadows. I liked that game, but I uninstalled it off of every device that I have because I just can't get into it like I can Odyssey. And it's because with Odyssey, I can in Assassin's Creed Shadows, I can go all over the place, but you're limited to what you can kill, like you were in Odyssey. Like Odyssey, I can kill everybody. There's no recourse. Like I can kill animals, I can kill people. Doesn't matter. Minus children, you can't kill kids. I get that.
Don't judge him, guys. Do not judge him off of what he's saying. Okay.
Now, but here's the thing. I understand why they didn't do that for Shadows, and it was because they were keeping it as close to the that time frame, the 16th or whatever the time frame was for that period. So that makes sense. I get that wasn't a big, you weren't having people running around slaughtering everybody at that time. Now, the next Assassin's Creed that they're working on, I will be all over that one because that one will allow me to do what I love to do in Odyssey, and that's just kill everything because it's codenamed Hex because it is based in Europe. It will be based in Europe. The gameplay will be focused on Europe in the 1600s during the witch trials.
You know what's crazy?
So you know that.
You know what's crazy is people wanted this Assassin's Creed so bad. I remember looking like, whoa, it's gonna be like a ninja, and now people are like, well, I mean, I heard a lot of people did like it. But wait, how do I get to it?
Oh, you got to log it. You got to sign in. I can pull it up. I'm already signed in.
Okay.
Cloud gaming site, Xbox Cloud Gaming Beta.
Damn, look, and it's right there, Assassin's Creed Shadows. The game is popular, man.
I mean, look what's right next to it, or what's on each side of it. NBA 2K25. Do you know the only way to play that though is if you buy the game, then you can play it. But that literally proves the point of what I was always getting at there. All right, I think I shared my screen.
Okay.
Let me know if it pulls it, if you're able to pull it up.
Yep.
There we go. All right, so play with touch, mouse and keyboard, stream your own game. There you go. This list is huge. So all of these games, as you see, like you have to own them. Right off the bat, it'll show all, and then there's all my purchased games that I own that I can play in the cloud because I own them. So Shadows, Blasphemous 2, Fishing Planet, and The Division 2. But if I wanted to play like Mirage, I would have to buy this game, and then I could play it on any device I want in the cloud. Like if I just go on xCloud on the app, on the Windows app, it's not available. If I look on like anything that's in this, it is required. Purchase is required, which is exactly what we were.
That's what we wanted, bro. That's what
exactly that was what you had said would be the killer for would solidify Xbox as the gold standard for cloud gaming. And look at, I mean, it's not like they're old. So yes,
hey, look, they got my 2024 game of the year, Banishers.
But look, I mean, they've got, let's see, Shadows, they've got Assassin's Creed Mirage, they've got Avatar, Atomic Heart, that stupid Balatro game that everyone loves. But they've got, you know, BG3 is on there.
My 2024 game of the year, Banishers.
Yep, that's on there. Okay, well, Outright Games, that's still cool. I could probably get that, but Conan, that was cool. I wish Conan had done better than it did. But I mean, look, the games that you can buy to just Cyberpunk, you can get the base game or you can get the Series X game. Like, that's the thing that I think is so cool about this. Here's one. Disney game is on here now, which actually I was surprised. I didn't even know that one was on there. Dying Light 2. I remember that one when it came out. Evil West. Look at all the Final Fantasies I can buy and then have to play anywhere on any device. And the benefit with xCloud is that it's on. I can play it on my tablet. I can play it on a console. I can do my TV, like literally everywhere. I mean, and then now you're saying that I don't even need the console, and I can just go and strictly buy Series X games, digital games, and then I can play them. Like, you know, Gotham Knights, which, you know, I know that's older. High on Life is one. Hogwarts, that was big. Kena, that's Bridge of Spirits was a good game. Insurgency, I know a lot of people that still play that one. Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance, that's a huge game. The Lego games, all the Life is Strange games. Man Eater. Yeah, Mortal Kombat, man. I could buy that, and then I don't even have to. You know, I'm not stuck on the console. But look, NBA 2K25. I can go and buy that now. If I wanted that, I got 7 different editions that I can buy. And if I wanted to, I could go like that right down here. I could buy NBA 2K25, Top Spin 2K25, and WWE 2K24, and I can play all of those in the cloud. Because cool. I own them, and I bought them from there. So there's, you know, you got Tiger Woods repping, Phasmophobia. I know we were talking about. Yeah, we were talking about that. Prince of Persia's on here. I don't know what that is. RoboCop's another one. Rust. Sniper Elite 5. That just came out. Star Wars Outlaws is on here. Starship Troopers. Well, that I'm surprised. They put that on there just out of pity. To, you know,
out of pity.
I don't know what Teardowns, but basically all the Ubisoft. I was like, oh, look, the Game of Life. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Because that came out not that long ago.
Yeah, Texas Chainsaw Massacre is on here. Another one we were talking about. The Witcher 3, Top Spin, Division 2, Tomb Raider remastered, Undisputed, so you can actually have a real boxing game. There you go. WWE 2K24, the Series X version.
Look, we're talking about Space Marine.
Yeah, and so they're all like all of these. I have the option to buy once, and then I can play wherever I want. I'm not tethered to a console anymore.
That's cool.
So GFN, I mean, that's great and all, but you still have to have the service, and you're still so you can buy one game. But with Xbox, now the only requirement for that to buy out if you buy the game is to be on Game Pass Ultimate. But if you're
but here's what's cool: if you're on Game Pass Ultimate, then you got access to all these other games.
Yeah, on top of the games you're buying. So you're already in. Like if you plan on buying it because it's available in the cloud, you're already going to be on Game Pass Ultimate anyways. Yeah. So not only do you have those games that you purchased, and even if you let it go for, like, let's say, you know, you buy it in January, you can't afford it. February, you got Valentine's Day, maybe you got an anniversary or something. So you skip a month, you come back. Guess what? That game you bought is still there. Yep.
I think what's cool is we went through this with Stadia, so we know it exists. We know it works. We know it's just going to be there.
Yeah, and I mean, I get the whole internet thing, but xCloud has gotten a lot better, in my opinion, over the course of time. And it's way more accessible than Sony's cloud.
Yeah.
Because I'm not like, I get the portal is a thing. I get remote access is a thing. But remote access, what happens if, like, you're on vacation and your PlayStation 5 or your PS5 Pro is at home and you happen to lose, there's a storm and it knocks the power up. You ain't
you're right.
No more.
So whenever
you're on your phone.
Whenever I tell people, Yeah, whenever I tell people about cloud versus remote play, I always say the advantage to remote play is you're not the advantage to cloud game is you're not using your own device as the means to bring the game to you. Because I'd rather rely on a server room being monitored 24/7 than my house. Matter of fact, I was working Tuesday, so yesterday, out of nowhere, my power in my house went out, and I'm working, and I work from home. I'm like, so you can't be off for so long. So I was,
but yeah, and use California as an example as well. We all know they got rolling blackouts. They got all kinds of fucking shit that goes on.
Right.
But that's the whole thing. The beauty of that is all you got to do is have that phone around, or if you're at a hotel, if they got
Right.
a nice enough TV, a new enough TV that has, happens to be an LG or a Samsung. Oh, guess what?
Right.
Man, you got cloud gaming available on Xbox.
No, yeah, it's definitely good. Or I swear I gotta get this thing back from my wife, but coolest controller ever. I got the Xbox version, which my wife, I gotta get it back from her.
Is that
This is the
I know which
MGX Pro.
Okay.
This thing, I needed something that was big enough to fit, these bigger phones. And this is the Android version, but I use the Xbox version. But my wife was using it more recently. But you slap this thing on, and the cool thing about it is the Xbox version anyway, because the Xbox version has an Xbox button. But once you plug it in, it registers on your computer as an Xbox controller.
Nice.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Well, that's what with my Asus ROG, this is what the controls look like, right?
Okay,
So it's got it's the X. Now the ROG 2 that the image leaked out, the one that somebody let their kid get their nasty ass fingerprints all like that. I'm sorry, dude. You gonna leak out of? You knew damn well you were leaking that photo out. Clean the screen, dude. Like I saw Barry kicked in was like, dude, I'm about to whoop that kid's ass for getting them fingerprints all over that. But
yeah, you about to catch
supposedly, like the ROG 2 or the Xbox edition, it's not like an Xbox edition, and so mine has an Asus button right there. It has a weird Asus logo. Instead of that, it'll be an Xbox button. It'll essentially be that button there. So that's the only difference. It's still a Windows PC. It's not the Xbox OS or whatever the hell that Microsoft is working on that everybody thinks.
Yeah.
But
look, man,
get me all fucking nostalgic with that Friday the 13th. Now I want to go watch all the old Jason movies.
Man, well, now what I want to watch is the Final Destination. We just seen the movie, and now we're like,
dude, did you see the image I shared though? The guy that played Tony Todd. Actually I can't say his name.
Candyman.
Bro. We all know what happens with that shit. And you in Florida, I wouldn't even test them powers.
Hey, calm down. Hey, don't say that. Man. Stop playing.
No. I'm just saying you got all them damn voodoo people that believe in that shit down there. That Miami area, I wouldn't fuck around with that. But no, I want to see it just because he starred in it. I didn't realize, and there was one, I guess from what I read, and I didn't watch it yet, but I know at one point towards the end of the movie, he winged it. His last statement in that movie was him actually talking to the audience because he knew he was about to die. And he died. I think he died right after filming, but he was able to get that scene out. Yeah. And basically said, I don't remember all of it, but I want to see it, but I also know that I already have a fear. Like I don't go on roller coasters. I'm leery with race car crashes, and I drive behind a semi with a fucking load of logs on it.
Oh man, when that movie came out, part 2, every time you drive behind a truck with the logs, you were like, I remember part 1, going to the movie to see part 1. I'm like, how am I gonna get home after watching that? Yeah,
I know, like shit, I ain't going on a plane no more. Then
part 2 was really good. I mean, the new one that came out was really good. They kept it in the same vein of it. You don't like it.
Well, I haven't seen. So I know number 6 just came out. The one before it that had the different kids, but at the end it brought it back full circle. I did like that one. I really liked that because it completely started off. And that's
that one
had Tony Todd in it.
Yeah, so that one, what was cool, so that one, you don't realize it to the very end, but that was actually the prequel that, or simultaneously went on at the same time as part 1. Yeah.
Yeah, and it because if you watch, like if you go and you watch number 5, and then watch number 1,
Yes.
will realize
Yes.
why the kid in number 1 had the premonition, and it had
Right.
nothing to do with just all of a sudden death showed up. It's because the people from number 5 were on that same flight, and it caught
Yes.
up to them, and it was the whole, and then it basically restarted the whole damn thing. So
Yes. Dude.
when I watched that, I was like, no effing way.
Yeah, so after we seen it, I actually watched like a 24-minute video that broke it all down. I was like, damn, because you haven't watched them in years. And I was like, wow. Yeah.
That between that and then, oh my God, the only other one that I didn't go swimming for a while after the one where the kid died in the pool. Bro, I was just like, nope. You know what? I'm good. I'll go.
Dude, I think it was a girl. She was at the eye place to get the laser surgery.
Hell no. Yep.
Yeah.
I remember that. Bro, I don't fuck around with that shit either. You know what we should do? We should set up a time that's not on a Tuesday and do like just a movie talk.
That would be
talk
cool.
About whether new movies or old movies. Because I wanted to do something that's not gaming related, because I do enough of that as it is with Blue Sky Threads, and then I've got my X profile now that
I try so hard. I tried to separate myself from gaming, but I think because everybody
it's in our DNA. We can't get away from it, but we can still do other things.
No, we definitely can. But I tried so hard to have separate, people just, man, like they will not let me go. They won't let me get away from gaming, man.
Nope. And even when you want to get away from the old cowboy, you just somehow, some way, somebody just
can't do it. I try. Dude, think about it. When I moved from Jersey to Florida, I didn't even say the word cowboy for 30 days. I tried to avoid it. And I tried my hardest. I scrubbed everything no cowboy. No hats, no nothing. And dude, I couldn't get away from it. So I just said the hell with it.
It was a full. I mean, why do you think no matter what variant of vet comes out, I always revolve right back to the old Stadia vet? I mean, minus the Stadia part. I haven't changed even from the Stadia days. I'm still the same crazy SOB that I was back then. I mean, maybe a little bit more toned down.
The furthest you got when you was doing a little bit of the cozy, but it was still there.
Hey. Yeah, it was still there because I wanted to play those games. I still wanted to go into Red Dead and stab cats. I still wanted to play Watch Dogs 2. I still played Odyssey. I just was like, every time I streamed it, it just killed the momentum. And then eventually I was just like, I can't hide who I am as a gamer. And I just said, F it. And I just started playing what I wanted to. And that whole community just
Man, listen, you remember the days of Ghost Recon Badlands? Dude.
Hell yeah. Dude, that's why do you think I'm waiting for the new Ghost Recon to come out when it drops and when the Division 2. But I'll show you something that I picked up besides that. Well, I mean the boxes, that's because we're packing up. We're out of here in like 3 days, but there's that.
Wow.
Dude, I'm telling. It's not like I told people this. It's not the PlayStation. It wasn't the son of a bitch. It wasn't the issue with the Pro. That wasn't the problem. It was literally Game Pass has me so fucking spoiled.
Yeah.
Because I got the Pro and I love playing the games that were available for free with the subscription, the older games, Miles Morales, the old
Right.
But I was like, all right, I'm gonna go play some Atomfall. I want to see what it compares to from the Series S. And then I was like, oh shit, I got to pay $50 for it. Well, not playing that. Then I was like, well, let me play this. Oh shit, not playing that. The next 5 games I wanted to stream, I was like, well, fuck, I can't play any of these. I was like, well, let me play Shadows. That's got to be available. Oh nope, got to pay $80. I was like, well, shit. I was like, I understand the competition.
Well, I could have told you that,
man.
All you had to do is ask me. I would have told you, don't do it.
Now I will tell you one thing that I was able to do is I took the 2 Series S's that I had and the PS Portal and whatever. I think I took a PS5 controller, got the PS5 Pro. When I turned around and got the Series X, GameStop paid me $46 for that son of a bitch. I was like, yeah. Now I only got like $5 because I ended up getting a second controller because I know my kid will eventually jack the console from me. But I was just like, how sad it is that just turning in the console by itself, I was able to get $46 credit after and getting a Series X brand new. Like I didn't get a used one. I got brand new. And I was like, ain't that some shit? Because apparently GameStop is obligated to, like, mine was in a brown box because it was like pre-owned, but they said pre-owned. They had to list it that way. They literally had just gotten it in like the day before from somebody else who returned it to get a PS5 Pro. I was like, all right, well, whatever. I don't give a fuck. So if you buy a Series X, I know, like, new it's $700, but used there's still like 5 something. Like, they have to keep it. Apparently, Microsoft's rule is it's 25% less than whatever the new price is, which is why the used prices have gone up. And I'm gonna guess Sony's probably got something similar to that, but yeah, we'll have to figure out a day. We can just do like a movie talk, because dude, I could spend hours talking about movies.
Oh man, you know
80s,
it, man.
90s movies, 80s movies alone will just put most things to shame.
Man.
That one movie with oh my god, was it Kurt Russell was in? I think where they were in Antarctica.
I'm talking about Escape from Escape.
No. Was it The Thing? Not maybe.
The thing.
Yeah, because they did a remake of it. But if you watch the remake, and then watch the original first, then watch the remake, you're like, why is the remake rated R? Shouldn't that be like PG-13? Because dude, I watched the remake and I remember the one scene where that alien busted out of that dude's chest. And in the original, and then you compare those two scenes, night and day, dude. The 80s version just smashes it to pieces.
No, man.
They don't make shit like that no more.
When the spider like legs come out of the head and the head stands up and
you can see the skin. I'm like, dude, why can't they, like, with all the technology, you'd think they could make movies.
Because the problem is, so that was animatronics, man. And now everything is CG. Animatronics have more of a real look to it because it was some,
this is the crazy thing is I remember I've watched there's this Disney history channel I follow on Instagram, and they show a lot of the old school, like how Disney used to make the cartoons. They would do, like, they had probably like 20 people hired literally for all the sound effects and everything. I watched this old guy did the voice of Donald Duck, and he's like, all right, let's think, how do we come up with Daisy's name? Before they came up with it, I'm like, wow, look at how good the quality the cartoons are then, and how many people they employed. And now if you look at Disney now, it's like they are struggling so bad with this stuff. It makes it. I'm like, you guys maybe should go watch.
Well, the problem is they also took on some of the biggest IPs. Let's see if I can read his lips.
Yeah, well, we're live, but I'm not sure he's streaming. It's not my channel. Yeah.
I don't
post anything on mine.
I was like, let me see if I can read his lips. But you know what the thing is, and I'm gonna shut it down anyway. But I was saying that Disney, the problem is they took on some of the biggest IPs in the world, and they got to keep them afloat, and that's the problem. But Vet, thanks for being on, man. Thanks for bringing on a bunch of the topics too, man. I appreciate it.
Yep, not a problem, buddy.
All right, well, I will see you in the. Okay.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah.
Guys, give it up for my man Vet. Well, guys, I'm gonna close it out. Thank you guys for watching. Man, the thing is, I enjoy these Tuesdays. It's a lot of fun. I try to keep it interactive. I try to read as many comments as I can so I could always feel like I'm a part of everybody. And you guys have questions. I love it. You're asking them. I read them. I don't just answer them. I try to have other people answer them as well, unless you're directed to me. But this is great, man. I'm loving it. Tomorrow is We Wrestle Wednesday. So I'll see you guys for that. It's going to be cool. It's going to be pretty epic. And I should be getting Doom the Dark Age at some point this week, and I will be streaming that. I'll do my first impression stream on that. So with that being said, thank you guys for watching. You people are epic. And now your mama knows. And with that being said, I'm going to simply say, oh, man. Break it down.
I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man! And now, your mama knows!
Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon!